Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the hidden valley of Imladris, where the waters of the Bruinen sang their eternal song against ancient stones, there dwelt one whose wisdom spanned the ages of Middle-earth like starlight spanning the heavens. Elrond Half-elven, master of Rivendell, had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the forging and breaking of great works, and the slow fading of the firstborn from the lands they had once graced with their presence. His eyes, grey as the sea upon which his ancestors had once sailed, held depths of memory that few living beings could fathom, and his hands, gentle yet strong, had healed wounds both of flesh and spirit across the long years of his stewardship. It was in the quiet hours of autumn, when the leaves of the great beeches turned to gold and russet, and the air carried the first whispers of coming winter, that visitors would often find their way to the last homely house. They came seeking many things, these travellers from distant lands. Some sought refuge from the growing shadows that crept ever closer to the peaceful places of the world. Others came bearing questions, riddles of history or prophecy that had troubled their sleep and sent them wandering in search of answers. And still others arrived wounded in body or soul, having heard tales of the healing arts practiced within those graceful halls. On one such evening, as the sun descended behind the western peaks and painted the valley in hues of amber and rose, a solitary figure made his way down the winding path that led to Rivendell's gates. He was neither elf nor man in appearance, but something caught between the two realms of being, his features marked by a sorrow that seemed too heavy for his young shoulders to bear. His name was Arion, and he had travelled from the distant realm of Dorwinion, where the great vineyards grew upon hillsides that caught the morning light. Yet there was no wine in all the world that could ease the burden he carried, for Arion was afflicted by a malady that had confounded every healer he had sought. The malady manifested not in fever or failing limbs, but in dreams. Each night, without fail, Arion was visited by visions of such terrible beauty that he could not look away, yet such profound sorrow that he woke each morning feeling as though decades had passed rather than mere hours. In these dreams, he walked through cities that had crumbled to dust long before his birth, spoke with lords and ladies whose names had been forgotten by all but the most learned scholars, and witnessed battles that had shaped the very contours of the land. He could not understand why these visions came to him, nor could he make them cease, and with each passing month the line between his dreaming life and his waking existence grew more tenuous. The guards at Rivendell's entrance regarded him with the patient courtesy that characterized all who served in Elrond's household. They asked his name and his purpose, and when he spoke of his affliction, their expressions softened with understanding. Such maladies of the spirit were not unknown in these halls, and many had come before bearing similar burdens. They bid him enter and rest, promising that word would be sent to the master of the house. Arion passed through gardens where fountains played music against carved basins of white stone. He walked beneath archways adorned with carvings so delicate they seemed to have grown rather than been crafted, depicting scenes from ages past that made his heart ache with a recognition he could not explain. Elven attendants moved about their duties with a grace that seemed to bend time itself, and the very air carried a quality of peace that eased the tension in his shoulders even as it deepened the mystery of his condition. How could a place feel so familiar when he had never before set foot within its boundaries? He was shown to a chamber overlooking a waterfall, whose mist caught the dying light and scattered it into countless tiny rainbows. The bed was soft, the linen scented with herbs that promised restful sleep, and yet Arion could not bring himself to lie down. He stood instead at the window, watching the last rays of sunlight fade from the valley below, and wondered if even the legendary healer of Rivendell could untangle the threads of his peculiar curse. It was in this posture that Elrond found him some hours later, when the stars had emerged in their multitudes and the valley had settled into the profound stillness of night. The Master of Rivendell entered without announcement, his footfalls silent upon the polished floor, yet Arion sensed his presence as one might sense the approach of a great wave or the turning of the seasons. He turned from the window and beheld for the first time the face that had launched countless legends across the ages of the world. Elrond's countenance bore the mingled heritage of elves and men, yet transcended both in a manner that defied easy description. There was strength there, the kind forged through centuries of struggle and sacrifice, tempered by a compassion that had never hardened into indifference despite all the sorrows he had witnessed. His dark hair, unstreaked by grey despite his immeasurable age, was bound simply, and he wore robes of deep blue that seemed to gather what little light remained and hold it close. Upon his brow rested a circlet of silver, and upon his finger gleamed a ring of power, though Arion did not know enough of such things to recognise its significance. "You have come a great distance," Elrond said, and his voice was like the deep currents of a river that has flowed since the world was young. "I am told that dreams trouble your rest." Arion found that his carefully prepared explanations fled from his mind like startled birds. In the presence of this ancient being, all his rehearsed speeches seemed inadequate, mere shadows of the truth he struggled to convey. He nodded, his throat tight with emotions he could not name, and managed only a few halting words about the visions that plagued him. Elrond listened with the patience of one who had heard countless tales of woe and wonder across the long years. He did not interrupt or prompt, but simply allowed Arion to speak at his own pace, to circle around the heart of his troubles until at last he found the courage to approach it directly. And when the young traveller fell silent, his voice spent and his eyes bright with unshed tears, Elrond moved to stand beside him at the window. "The dreams you describe," he said after a long moment of contemplation, "are not the random wanderings of a troubled mind. They bear the marks of something far older and far more purposeful. Tell me, in these visions, have you ever encountered a city built upon 7 hills, where the waters of 2 rivers meet beneath walls of white stone?" Arion's breath caught in his chest. He had indeed seen such a city, had walked its streets in dreams so vivid he could still recall the texture of the cobblestones beneath his feet. The city had been beautiful beyond measure, its towers reaching toward a sky unmarred by shadow, its people moving with purpose and joy through markets and gardens and halls of learning. Yet even in its glory, he'd sensed a doom approaching, a darkness that gathered on the horizon like a storm too vast to be outrun. "I have seen it," he whispered, "many times. I have watched it rise and flourish and fall, though I know not its name or its place in history." Elrond's expression grew distant, as though he were gazing not at the valley below, but at some vista visible only to his ancient eyes. "That city was called Armenellos," he said softly, "and it stood upon the island of Númenor in the days before the world was changed. I knew it well, for I watched it from afar through the long years of its glory, and I witnessed from these very shores the wave that ended all things, when the powers of the world reshaped the seas and buried that proud land beneath the waters forever." The weight of those words settled upon Arion like a physical burden. He had heard tales of Númenor, of course. Every child in Dorwinion knew something of the great island kingdom that had been swallowed by the sea in punishment for its people's hubris. But those were stories, legends from an age so distant it might as well have been myth. To hear Elrond speak of it as a witness, as one who had known that doomed realm in the fullness of its power, was to feel the true depth of time in a way that Arion had never before experienced. Yet even as understanding began to dawn, it brought with it new questions that multiplied like ripples spreading across still water. Why should he, a simple traveller from a land of vineyards and trade routes, be visited by visions of a kingdom that had sunk beneath the waves millennia before his birth? What connection could possibly exist between his unremarkable lineage and the glory and tragedy of the Númenorian kings? Elrond seemed to read these questions in his eyes, for he placed a gentle hand upon Arion's shoulder and guided him away from the window to a pair of chairs set before the fireplace, where flames of subtle colours danced without consuming the silver wood upon which they fed. "Come," he said, "there is much to discuss, and the night is long. But first, you must understand something of the nature of memory itself, and why some wounds refuse to heal across even the greatest expanses of time." and so began the first of many conversations that would stretch through the autumn nights and into the depths of winter, as Elrond the Wise sought to unravel the mystery that had brought this troubled soul to his doorstep. The tale that emerged was one of love and loss, of choices made in desperation and consequences that echoed across generations, touching lives that would never know the source of their strange inheritance. It was, in many ways, a story as old as Middle-earth itself, yet it carried within it seeds of hope that neither speaker could yet perceive. The fire crackled softly in the hearth as Elrond settled into his chair, his grey eyes reflecting the dancing flames with a depth that suggested he saw far more than mere fire burning upon the grate. Arion sat opposite him, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, his heart beating with an anticipation that bordered on dread. Whatever truths awaited him in this conversation, he sensed they would change the course of his life irrevocably, and part of him wondered if ignorance might not have been the kinder fate. "Before I speak of your particular affliction," Elrond began, his voice taking on the measured cadence of one who has told many tales across the long years, "you must understand something of how memory works among those who bear even the faintest trace of elvish blood. For men, memory is like water held in cupped hands. It runs through the fingers, leaving only impressions, sensations, fragments that fade with each passing year. But for the Eldar, memory is more akin to stone carved deep. It endures, it accumulates, and sometimes, in ways that even the wisest among us do not fully comprehend, it passes from one generation to the next, carried in the blood like a river carries sediment from distant mountains." Arion listened intently, though confusion furrowed his brow. He knew nothing of elvish ancestry in his family. His parents had been simple folk, vintners who had worked the same hillsides as their parents before them, their lives measured by the rhythm of planting and harvest, of pressing and aging, of the eternal cycle that governed the making of wine. There had been no whispers of noble blood, no family legends of forbidden unions between mortal and immortal. He had always assumed himself to be entirely human, unremarkable in every way save for the dreams that had begun to plague him in his 20th year. Yet Elrond's words stirred something deep within him, a recognition that bypassed conscious thought and spoke directly to some hidden chamber of his soul. He found himself leaning forward, hungry for more, even as fear coiled like a serpent in his chest. "In the days of Numenor's glory," Elrond continued, "there lived a woman of the faithful named Miriel. She was not of the royal line, nor was she counted among the great lords and ladies whose names have been preserved in the histories. She was, by all accounts, a healer of modest renown, one who tended the sick and wounded in a small coastal village far from the splendours of Armenelos. Yet she possessed a gift that set her apart from her peers, a sensitivity to the unseen currents of the world that allowed her to perceive things hidden from ordinary sight." The fire seemed to dim as Elrond spoke, or perhaps it was merely that Arion's attention had narrowed so completely that the world beyond the Master's words had ceased to exist. He found that he could see the woman Elrond described, could picture her moving through the streets of that village with herbs gathered in her apron and compassion shining in her eyes. The vision came unbidden, rising from some wellspring of memory he had not known he possessed. "Miriel fell in love with an elf," Elrond said, and in his voice there was a note of ancient sorrow that suggested this tale touched him more closely than the mere recitation of historical facts. He was of the Noldor, one of those who had lingered in Middle-earth after the First Age, and who sometimes visited the shores of Numenor in those days when the ban of the Valar was still honoured and the friendship between elves and men remained strong. They met upon the western beaches, where the sea sang its eternal song against the white sands, and they loved one another with a passion that defied the laws which separated their kinds. "The tale of Beren and Luthien," Arion murmured, half to himself. He knew that story, as did all who dwelt in the lands that had once been touched by Númenórean influence. It was perhaps the most beloved of all the legends of elder days, the story of a mortal man who had won the heart of an elven princess, and for whom she had forsaken the immortal life of her people. Elrond smiled, though the expression carried more grief than joy. "Yes," he said, "the tale of my grandparents has inspired many such unions across the ages, though few have ended as beautifully as theirs. Most are marked by tragedy, for the doom of mortality weighs heavily upon such bonds, and the sundering that must come brings pain beyond measure to both parties. Miriel and her elven lover knew this. They understood the price that would be demanded of them. Yet they chose love nonetheless, as so many have chosen before and since. He paused, his gaze growing distant once more, as though he were looking back across the vast expanse of years to witness once again the events he described. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the chamber, and somewhere beyond the window an owl called out into the darkness with a voice like liquid silver. Their union was blessed with a daughter, Elrond continued at last, a child of mixed heritage, bearing within her veins the mingled blood of elves and men. Such children are rare, and each is unique, for the blending of immortal and mortal essence produces results that cannot be predicted. Some inherit the long life of the Eldar, others are granted only the brief span of men, though with heightened gifts of perception and creativity that set them apart from their purely mortal kin. This daughter, whose name has been lost to history, was of the latter kind. She lived and loved and died as mortals do, but she carried within her something of her father's nature, a fragment of elvish memory that would not fade with the passing of generations. Arian's heart was pounding now, for he began to perceive where this tale was leading. The connection that Elrond was drawing, though still incomplete, pointed toward a truth so vast and unexpected that his mind struggled to encompass it. He wanted to speak, to ask the questions that burned upon his tongue, but something held him silent, some instinct that understood the importance of letting the tale unfold at its own pace. When the shadow fell upon Númenor, Elrond said, his voice growing heavier with each word, when the kings turned their hearts from the west and began to worship the Dark Lord who had deceived them, the faithful were persecuted. They were driven from their homes, forced to hide their beliefs, and many were put to death for refusing to bow before the altars of Morgoth. Miriel's granddaughter, who had by then grown to womanhood and borne children of her own, was among those who fled. She escaped upon one of the ships that Elendil the Tall prepared in secret, vessels loaded with the treasures and knowledge of a dying realm, and she survived the downfall that swallowed her homeland beneath the waves. The weight of ages seemed to press upon the chamber as Elrond spoke these words. Arian could feel it, could sense the accumulated sorrow of all those who had perished when Númenor fell, the millions of lives extinguished in a single catastrophic moment when the gods themselves had reshaped the world to prevent mortal feet from treading upon immortal shores. He had dreamed of that moment, he realized now. He had stood upon phantom beaches and watched the wall of water approach, had felt the ground tremble and crack beneath him as forces beyond comprehension tore the world asunder. She came to Middle-earth, Elrond continued, and made her home among the survivors who established the kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor. Her children married into the families of other refugees, and her grandchildren did the same, and so the blood thinned with each passing generation, the elvish heritage diluted by mortal unions until it became little more than a whisper, a faint echo of what it had once been. Yet it never disappeared entirely. It could not, for memory, as I have told you, is not so easily erased from those who bear even the smallest trace of the Eldar in their veins. Elrond leaned forward, and his grey eyes met Arian's with an intensity that made the young man's breath catch in his throat. "You are her descendant," he said. "Across 100 generations, through the rise and fall of kingdoms, through ages of forgetting and silence, the blood of Miriel and her elven lover has come down to you, and with it has come the memory of Númenor itself, the accumulated weight of all that those who came before you witnessed and experienced and felt. Your dreams are not madness, Arian. They're inheritance." For a long moment, Arian could not speak. The revelation crashed over him, like the very wave that had destroyed Númenor, sweeping away everything he had believed about himself and his place in the world. He was not merely a vintner's son from a quiet corner of Middle-earth. He was the inheritor of a legacy that stretched back to the dawn of the Second Age, connected by blood and memory to the greatest of mortal civilizations and to the immortal elves who had loved and lost across the long centuries. Yet even as wonder filled his heart, fear followed close behind. For if his dreams were inheritance rather than affliction, what did that mean for his future? Could such memories ever be silenced, or was he doomed to walk forever between the waking world and the shadowed realm of the past? And what of the darkness he'd sensed in his visions, the doom that had approached Númenor with such terrible inevitability? Was that too part of his inheritance? a shadow that would follow him all the days of his life? These questions and 1,000 more swirled through his mind as the fire burned down to embers and the night deepened around them. But Elrond merely smiled with the patience of one who had guided many troubled souls through similar moments of revelation, and he rose from his chair to add fresher wood to the flames. "Rest now," he said gently. "There will be time tomorrow to speak of what this knowledge means and how you might learn to bear it. The path before you is long, but you need not walk it alone. Here in Rivendell, among those who understand the weight of memory and the burden of inheritance, you will find the wisdom you seek." Arion did not expect to sleep that night, not with the weight of revelation pressing so heavily upon his thoughts. Yet when he lay down upon the soft bed in his chamber, the exhaustion of his long journey and the strange peace that permeated Rivendell's air conspired to draw him down into slumber more swiftly than he had anticipated. The last thing he saw before his eyes closed was the silver light of stars reflected in the mist of the waterfall beyond his window, and the last thing he heard was the distant song of elven voices raised in a melody older than the mountains themselves. The dreams came, as they always did, but this night they carried a quality different from any he had experienced before. Instead of the chaotic flood of images that usually assailed him, the visions unfurled with a gentleness that felt almost deliberate, as though some guiding hand was selecting which memories to reveal and in what order. He found himself standing not upon the doomed shores of Numenor, but in a garden of surpassing beauty, where flowers of impossible colours bloomed beneath trees whose leaves shimmered with inner light. A woman sat upon a bench beside a fountain, her hands folded in her lap, her face turned toward the afternoon sun. She was neither young nor old, her features bearing that quality of timelessness that Arion had observed in the elves of Rivendell, yet there was something undeniably mortal about her as well. Her hair, dark as moonless night, was bound simply at the nape of her neck, and her garments, though finely made, bore none of the elaborate ornamentation that marked the nobility of the realm. This, Arion understood without knowing how he understood, was Miriel the Healer, his ancestor from ages past. She seemed to sense his presence, for she turned her head and looked directly at him, with eyes the colour of autumn leaves. There was no surprise in her expression, only a profound sadness tempered by acceptance. She did not speak, yet Arion heard her voice nonetheless, echoing not through the air but through the very blood that flowed in his veins. "You have come at last," she said, though her lips did not move. "I have waited so long for one who could hear me, who could carry forward what must not be forgotten. The others before you caught only fragments, whispers and shadows that they dismissed as fancy or madness, but you, child of my child's children, you have the gift of true seeing. You can receive what I have to give." Arion tried to respond, tried to ask the countless questions that burned within him, but his voice would not obey. He could only stand and listen as Miriel rose from her bench and approached him, her movements graceful despite the weight of sorrow that seemed to hang about her like a cloak. "I was young when I first saw him," she continued, and her eyes grew distant with memory. "He came to our shores in a ship of silver and white, bearing gifts from the undying lands. The sailors spoke of the elder with reverence and fear, but I felt neither. I felt only wonder, and when our eyes met across the crowded harbour, I knew that my life would never be the same." The garden around them shifted and changed, responding to Miriel's memories as though the dream itself were a canvas upon which her thoughts could be painted. Arion saw the harbour she described, bustling with activity as the elven ship was unloaded. He saw the crowds of Numenorians who had gathered to witness the arrival, their faces alight with curiosity and awe. And he saw the elf who stood at the ship's prow, tall and fair, his golden hair streaming in the sea wind like a banner of living light. His name was Celebros, Miriel said, and in speaking that name her voice trembled with an emotion that transcended the ages. He was a lawmaster of the Noldor, keeper of histories that stretched back to the very creation of the world. He had come to Numenor to share knowledge with our scholars, to strengthen the bonds between our peoples. He did not expect to find love among mortals, neither did I. The scene shifted again, and Arion found himself witnessing moments from our love story that unfolded across years of meetings and partings. He saw Miriel and Celebros walking together upon moonlit beaches, their conversations ranging from the trivial to the profound. He saw them laughing over shared meals in her modest cottage, and he saw them weeping in each other's arms as the time for his departure approached. He saw the anguish in Celebros's eyes when he spoke of the fate that separated their kinds, and the fierce determination in Miriel's when she declared that she would rather have one lifetime with him than an eternity without. We knew the cost, Miriel said, her voice now heavy with the weight of remembered grief. We understood that our love was a defiance of the natural order, that it would bring us pain beyond measure when the end came. Yet we chose it nonetheless, for there are some things worth any price, some bonds that cannot be denied no matter how great the consequences. Arion felt tears streaming down his face, though whether they were his own or some echo of Miriel's ancient sorrow, he could not tell. The visions continued, showing him the birth of a daughter, a child with her mother's dark hair and her father's shining eyes. He saw Celebros holding the infant with a tenderness that seemed at odds with his immortal nature, and he saw the shadow that crossed the elf's fair face as he contemplated the doom that would one day claim both mother and child. When she was 5 years old, Miriel continued, Celebros departed from Numenor for the last time. The shadow was growing in the east, and his people called him home to counsel against the rising darkness. We parted upon the same beach where we had first met, and I watched his ship sail beyond the curve of the world until the last gleam of its mast vanished into the grey horizon. I never saw him again in life. The dream garden had grown darker now, the flowers fading, the trees bending beneath an unseen wind. Arion sensed that they were approaching the heart of what Miriel wished to convey, the truth that had echoed down through generations and to find him at last. I lived another 40 years after his departure, she said, and her form seemed to waver, growing less substantial as though the effort of this communication was taking its toll. I saw my daughter grow to womanhood, marry a good man of the faithful, and bear children of her own. I watched the kings turn from wisdom to folly, watched the shadow creep ever closer to our blessed isle, and I knew with a certainty that went beyond mere foresight that doom was coming for us all. She turned to face him fully, and her eyes burned with an intensity that pierced through the veil of dream and memory. But there was something I had to preserve, she said, something that could not be allowed to perish with Numenor. Not treasures of gold or silver, not knowledge of craft or lore, but something far more precious, memory itself, the truth of what we were before the shadow claimed us, the love that had been and the wisdom that might yet be. Arion felt her hands upon his face, cool as starlight, gentle as the touch of falling petals. Into the blood I poured it, she whispered, into the inheritance that would pass from parent to child across all the ages to come. Fragments at first, mere echoes that most would dismiss or ignore. But I knew that someday one would come who could receive the whole of it, one who would carry Numenor's truth forward into a world that has forgotten too much. The garden dissolved around them, replaced by darkness shot through with streams of silver light that might have been stars or might have been tears. Arion felt himself falling, sinking through layers of time and memory towards some destination he could not perceive. Yet Miriel's voice followed him down, growing fainter but never disappearing entirely. You are that one, she called from across the vast gulf of ages. You have the gift that I prayed would manifest in one of my line. But be warned, child. Memory is both blessing and burden. To carry the truth of the past is to feel its sorrows as keenly as its joys. The way forward will not be easy, but it must be walked. Find the keeper of wisdom in the hidden valley. Let him teach you to master what you have inherited. And when the time comes, share what you know with those who have ears to hear. Arion woke to the sound of morning bells ringing across the valley, their tones pure and clear in the crystalline air. Sunlight streamed through his window, painting the chamber in shades of gold and rose, and beyond the glass he could see the waterfall still dancing with its tireless joy. He lay still for a long moment, the echoes of his dreams settling into his consciousness like sediment settling to the bottom of a still pool. For the first time since the visions had begun, he did not wake with dread in his heart, or exhaustion weighing upon his limbs. He felt instead a strange sense of purpose, as though a path that had been hidden in shadow had finally been illuminated. There was work to be done, he understood now, knowledge to be mastered and truths to be preserved. The curse he had carried from Dorwinion was not a curse at all. but a calling that had been waiting for him since before his birth. Rising from his bed, Arion walked to the window and gazed out at the valley of Rivendell spread before him, like a tapestry woven from living green and silver water. Somewhere in these halls, Elrond waited to continue the teaching he had begun the night before, and Arion, descendant of Miriel and inheritor of Numenor's memory, was finally ready to learn. The days that followed Arion's arrival in Rivendell unfolded with a rhythm unlike anything he'd known in his former life. In Dorwinion, time had been measured by the turning of seasons, by the cycles of planting and harvest that governed the lives of all who worked the vineyards. Here in the Hidden Valley, time seemed to flow differently, pooling and eddying like the waters of the Bruinen itself, sometimes rushing forward with startling swiftness, and other times slowing to a pace that made hours feel like moments suspended in amber. Elrond became his teacher, though the instruction he offered bore little resemblance to the lessons Arion had received as a child learning the vintner's trade. There were no lectures, no recitations of facts to be memorized, no tests to measure his progress. Instead, Elrond taught through conversation and contemplation, through walks in the gardens and evenings spent before the fire, through questions that seemed simple on their surface but revealed depths of complexity when examined closely. "Tell me what you remember of your dreams before you came here," Elrond said one morning as they walked beside a stream that wound through a grove of ancient oaks. Not the content of the visions, but how they felt, how they came upon you. Arion considered the question carefully before responding. "They came like floods," he said at last, "without warning and without mercy. I would close my eyes and be swept away into scenes I did not understand, voices I did not recognize. It was as though I were drowning in memory that was not my own." Elrond nodded, his expression thoughtful. "And the dream you had on your first night here? Was it the same?" "No," Arion admitted, and even as he spoke the words, he felt a flicker of wonder at the realization. It was different, gentler, as though someone were guiding me through the memories rather than casting me into them. "That is the first lesson," Elrond said, pausing beside the stream to watch the water dance over smooth stones. "Memory, whether your own or inherited, is not something to be fought or resisted. It is a river, and you are a vessel upon its currents. If you struggle against the flow, you will be overwhelmed. But if you learn to navigate, to read the currents and adjust your course accordingly, you can travel great distances without losing yourself in the depths." They walked on in silence for a time, the only sounds the murmur of the water and the whisper of wind through leaves. Arion found his thoughts turning to Miriel, to the ancestor who had placed this burden upon him across the vast gulf of time. He wondered if she'd known how heavy it would be, if she'd understood the toll it would take on those who came after her. Yet even as the question formed in his mind, he knew the answer. She had understood. She'd simply believed that the burden was worth bearing, that some truths were too precious to let die. "Your ancestor was wise," Elrond said, as though reading his thoughts. Wiser, perhaps, than she knew. For what she preserved was not merely the memory of Numenor's glory, but the memory of its fall, and that is a lesson the world has forgotten at its peril. Arion looked at him with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Elrond's grey eyes grew distant, as they often did when he spoke of ages past. "Numenor fell because its people forgot the truth of who they were," he said. "They were blessed with long life and great wisdom, with strength and skill beyond that of ordinary men. Yet these gifts were not their own achievement. They were granted by the Valar in recognition of the sacrifices their ancestors had made in the wars against Morgoth. When the Númenóreans began to believe that their greatness was their own doing, that they had earned through their own merit what had in fact been given through grace, they began to fall." He turned to face Arion, his expression grave. "The same darkness stirs in every age, in every realm. It whispers that power is its own justification, that those who possess strength have the right to wield it as they see fit. It seduces with promises of immortality, of dominion over death itself. And those who listen to these whispers, who forget the truth of their origins and their obligations, they walk the same path that led Númenor beneath the waves." Arion felt a chill run through him, despite the warmth of the morning sun. He thought of the darkness he'd sensed in his visions, the shadow that had crept ever closer to the Blessed Isle as its kings turned from wisdom to folly. He'd witnessed the fall from the inside, had felt the despair of those who saw the doom approaching and were powerless to prevent it. That is why Miriel's gift matters, Elrond continued. Not because the memory of Numenor is beautiful, though it is. Not because its history is fascinating, though that too is true. It matters because the truth she preserved is a warning. A reminder of what happens when the children of Iluvatar forget their place in the great design and seek to make themselves masters of their own fate. The days turned to weeks, and Arian's understanding deepened with each passing lesson. Elrond taught him techniques for entering his dreams with the intention rather than being dragged into them against his will. He showed him how to breathe deeply and focus his thoughts, how to create a centre of calm within himself that could not be swept away by even the most powerful currents of memory. He introduced him to the gardens of healing where Athelas and other herbs of power grew, and explained how certain plants could aid in the mastery of the mind when prepared correctly. Other teachers came as well, summoned by Elrond to share their particular wisdom with this unusual pupil. Erestor, the chief counsellor of Rivendell, instructed Arion in the histories of Middle-earth, providing context for the fragments of memory he carried. Glorfindel, the golden-haired warrior who had returned from the halls of Mandos, taught him of the hidden strengths that resided in those of mixed heritage, and of the courage required to face darkness in all its forms. And Lindir, the minstrel whose songs could move listeners to tears or laughter with equal ease, helped him understand how memory could be shaped into story, transformed from raw experience into narrative that could be shared with others. Through it all, the dreams continued, but they came now as friends rather than tormentors, invited guests rather than invaders. Arion learned to walk through the streets of Armanelos without being overwhelmed by their grandeur, to witness the councils of kings without losing himself in their debates, to stand upon the shores and watch the elven ships arrive and depart without feeling that he was drowning in the emotions of those who had stood there before him. One evening, as autumn deepened into winter and the first snow dusted the peaks above the valley, Arion sat with Elrond before the fire in the great hall. The flames cast dancing shadows upon the walls, and through the high windows the stars shone with a brilliance that seemed almost supernatural. "I have learned much," Arion said, breaking a comfortable silence that had stretched between them, "but I still do not fully understand my purpose." Miriel spoke of carrying truth forward, of sharing what I know with those who have ears to hear. Yet the memories I carry are of a realm that sank beneath the sea 3,000 years ago. Who in this age would have need of such knowledge? Elrond smiled, and in that smile was both sadness and hope intertwined. "The shadow stirs once more," he said softly. "In the east, in a land of black ash and bitter flame, a power grows that has not been felt in Middle-earth since the last alliance of elves and men broke upon the slopes of Mount Doom. The Dark Lord who deceived Numenor has not been idle in the centuries since his body was destroyed. He gathers strength, reaches out with whispers and shadows, seeking to corrupt all that is good and bring darkness upon the world." Arion felt a chill settle into his bones that had nothing to do with the winter air. He'd heard rumours, of course, vague whispers of trouble in distant lands, but he had paid them little mind in the comfort and peace of Rivendell. "The lessons of Numenor will be needed again," Elrond continued, "perhaps sooner than any of us would wish. For when the shadow rises, it will come not with armies alone, but with temptation, with promises of power and immortality, with the same lies that brought down the greatest kingdom of men the world has ever known. And those who remember the truth of what those lies wrought will be the only ones who can stand against them." Winter settled upon the hidden valley like a gentle benediction, softening the sharp edges of the world beneath blankets of pristine white. The waterfalls slowed but did not freeze, their voices muted to whispers that seemed to carry secrets from ages past. In the great hall, fires burned bright against the cold, and the elves of Rivendell gathered in the evenings to sing songs of beauty and sorrow that stretched back to the first rising of the stars. Arion had grown accustomed to the rhythms of life in this timeless place. He rose each morning with the pale winter sun, broke his fast in the company of those who had become his companions and teachers, and spent his days in study and practice. His mastery of the inherited memories grew steadily stronger, until he could enter his dreams with the confidence of a sailor who knows every current and shoal of his home waters. Yet even as his skills deepened, a restlessness began to stir within him, a sense that his time in this sheltered haven was drawing toward its end. It was on a night when the moon hung full and heavy above the snow-laden peaks that the restlessness found its focus. Arion had retired to his chamber after an evening of music and conversation, his mind pleasantly weary, his spirit at peace. He prepared himself for sleep with the rituals Elrond had taught him, breathing deeply, centering his thoughts, opening himself to whatever memories might choose to visit him this night. But the dream that came was unlike any he had experienced before. Instead of the familiar landscapes of Numenor, he found himself standing in darkness so complete that he could not see his own hands before his face. There was no sound, no sensation of air moving or ground beneath his feet. He seemed to float in an emptiness that predated the creation of the world itself. Then, slowly, light began to gather. It coalesced from the darkness like dew forming on a cold morning, taking shape gradually until Arion could perceive that he stood in a vast chamber of black stone. The walls rose beyond sight into shadows that swallowed all illumination, and the floor beneath him was polished to a mirror sheen that reflected his own confused face back at him. He was not alone. At the far end of the chamber, upon a throne carved from a single block of obsidian, sat a figure cloaked in shadow. Arion could make out no features, no details of form or raiment, only an impression of immense age and terrible power. The very air around the figure seemed to bend and distort, as though reality itself recoiled from its presence. So, the figure spoke, and its voice was like the grinding of continents, the slow erosion of mountains by time. The blood of the faithful still flows in Middle-earth. I had thought that line extinguished long ago. Arion tried to speak, to demand who this being was and what it wanted, but his voice would not obey. He could only stand and listen as the shadow on the throne continued. Your ancestor was clever, hiding her gift in the bloodline where my servants could not find it. Generations passed, and I assumed the memory had faded, as all mortal memories must fade. Yet here you stand, bearing the truth of Numenor within you like a coal that has never gone cold. The figure leaned forward, and though Arion still could not see its face, he felt the weight of its gaze pressing upon him like a physical force. Do you know who I am, child of the faithful? Do you recognize the voice that whispered to your kings and led them to their doom? Fear gripped Arion's heart with icy fingers. He did know. He had witnessed this presence in his inherited memories, had seen the fair form it had worn when it came to Numenor as a prisoner and remained as a counsellor. He had watched as it corrupted the mighty, twisted the wise, and turned the blessed isle from a beacon of light into a monument to hubris. Sauron. The name formed in his mind, though he could not speak it aloud. The Dark Lord who had deceived Ar-Pharazôn the Golden and all his court, the servant of Morgoth who had survived his master's fall and continued his work of corruption across the ages. The shadow that even now reached out from the east, seeking to reclaim dominion over all the free peoples of Middle-earth. A sound that might have been laughter echoed through the chamber, cold and merciless. Yes, little vessel, you begin to understand. I know what you carry. I know what your ancestor preserved within the blood, and I tell you now, it will avail you nothing. The age of men approaches, and whether it dawns in light or darkness, it depends upon choices yet to be made. Those who remember the old warnings will be silenced. Those who stand against my return will be broken, and Numenor's truth will be buried at last beneath the weight of a new order. The darkness began to close in once more, the chamber dissolving at its edges like a painting washed away by rain. But even as the vision faded, the voice pursued him. Tell the Half-elven that I have not forgotten him. Tell him that the gifts of his father's people will not protect him when the hour comes, and tell yourself, bearer of memory, that there is no refuge deep enough, no valley hidden enough to shelter you from what approaches. Arion woke with a cry, his body drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding against his ribs like a caged bird desperate for freedom. The peaceful comfort of his chamber felt suddenly fragile, a thin membrane between himself and the vast darkness that pressed against the world from without. He stumbled from his bed and threw open the window, gasping for the cold night air as though he had been drowning. The moon still hung above the peaks, serene and unchanging. The waters still sang their quiet song. Rivendell lay peaceful beneath its blanket of snow, untouched by the shadow that had visited Arion's dreams. Yet he knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason or evidence, that what he had experienced was no mere nightmare. The Dark Lord had found him, had reached across whatever distance separated them to deliver a message of warning and contempt. He did not return to sleep that night. Instead, he sat by the window and watched the stars wheel slowly across the sky, waiting for dawn to paint the eastern peaks with gold. When at last the sun rose, he went immediately to seek Elrond, his face pale with the weight of what he'd witnessed. The Master of Rivendell listened to his account in grave silence, his expression growing more troubled with each word Arion spoke. When the tale was finished, he remained still for a long moment, his grey eyes fixed upon some distant point that lay beyond the walls of the chamber. "I had hoped we would have more time," he said at last. "The enemy's attention has been turned elsewhere of late, fixed upon the reconstruction of his power and the corruption of those who might oppose him. That he has reached out to touch you specifically suggests that he perceives the threat you represent." "Threat?" Arion repeated, confusion mixing with his fear. "I am no warrior, no wizard. I carry nothing but memories. How can that threaten one so powerful?" Elrond's lips curved in a smile that held no joy. "You underestimate the power of truth and the threat it poses to those whose dominion rests upon deception. Sauron built his hold over Numenor through lies. He convinced a proud people that they deserved immortality, that the Valar were jealous tyrants who denied them their rightful inheritance. He turned them from the wisdom of ages toward a darkness that consumed them utterly. He rose from his chair and moved to stand before the great window that overlooked the valley. But you carry within you the memory of what Numenor was before the shadow fell. You bear witness to the truth of the faithful, to the wisdom they preserved even as their world crumbled around them. In an age when the same lies will be whispered once more, when the hearts of men will again be tested by promises of power and immortality, that witness may prove more valuable than any army." Arion absorbed these words, feeling their weight settle upon his shoulders like a mantle he had not chosen but could not refuse. The calling that Miriel had spoken of in his dreams was becoming clearer now, taking shape before him like a path emerging from a morning mist. "What must I do?" he asked. Elrond turned to face him, and in his eyes Arion saw both sorrow and strength, the mingled heritage of ages. "You must continue to learn," he said, "to master fully the gift you have been given. And when the time comes, you must go forth from this valley and carry the truth of Numenor to those who will need to hear it. The hour approaches when all the free peoples of Middle-earth will be tested. In that hour, memory may be the light that guides them through the darkness." The weeks that followed the Shadow's visitation passed with a new urgency. What had once been lessons offered in the leisurely manner of those who had eternity before them became training conducted with purpose and intensity. Elrond devoted more of his time to Arion's instruction, and other members of the household joined in the effort, each contributing their particular expertise to prepare the young inheritor for the journey that lay ahead. Glorfindel took him into the mountains, teaching him to move through wild country without leaving traces that might be followed. They scaled peaks where the air grew thin and the cold bit deep, and Glorfindel showed him how to find shelter in seemingly barren landscapes, how to read the signs of weather and the movements of beasts that might threaten a lone traveller. The ancient warrior spoke little during these expeditions, but when he did, his words carried the weight of hard-won wisdom. "You have been sheltered here," Glorfindel said one evening, as they huddled beside a small fire in a cave high above the valley. "Rivendell is a sanctuary, a place where the shadow cannot easily reach. But beyond these borders, the world is not so kind. Darkness walks openly in some lands, and even in those that remain free, there are servants of the enemy who would seek to silence you if they knew what you carried." Arion nodded, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. The memory of Sauron's voice still haunted him, surfacing unbidden in quiet moments to remind him of the threat that loomed over all his hopes. He had not experienced another visitation since that terrible night, but he knew that the reprieve was temporary. The Dark Lord had marked him now, and such attention could not be easily escaped. "You must learn to move as the Dunedain move," Glorfindel continued, "swift and silent, leaving no trail for your enemies to follow. The Rangers of the North have preserved these arts across generations, passing them from father to son since the fall of Arnor. They will be your allies in the days to come, for they too remember what has been lost and fight to preserve what remains." Erestor's teachings took a different form. The chief counsellor of Rivendell was a keeper of knowledge, his mind a vast library of lore accumulated across thousands of years. He spent long hours with Arion in the Hall of Fire, testing the inherited memories against the historical record, helping the young man distinguish between true recollection and the distortions that time inevitably introduced. Memory is not perfect, Aristor explained, his long fingers tracing the lines of an ancient map spread before them. Even among the Eldar, who remember with far greater clarity than mortals, the past can become coloured by emotion, shaped by interpretation, altered by the very act of recollection. You carry the memories of many minds passed down through generations of human consciousness. Some will be sharp and true, others will have shifted, blurred, transformed into something that resembles truth but is not quite the same. How can I tell the difference? Arion asked, frustration evident in his voice. When I dream of Numenor, everything feels equally real. The streets of Armanelos, the councils of the kings, the faces of people dead for 3,000 years, it all comes to me with the same force of conviction. Aristor smiled, the expression both patient and sympathetic. That is why you must study the histories as they have been preserved in other forms, the records of the Eldar, the chronicles kept by the faithful who escaped the downfall, the fragments that have been gathered and guarded here in Rivendell. When your memories align with these sources, you can trust them. When they diverge, you must examine the divergence carefully, seeking to understand why the discrepancy exists. It was painstaking work comparing the vivid experiences of his dreams against the cold facts of written history. Sometimes, Arion found that his memories contained details absent from any other source, information that had been preserved only in the blood and was therefore beyond verification. Other times, he discovered that his inherited recollections had indeed shifted over the generations, small details altered by the passage through successive minds until they no longer matched the original events. Yet even these distortions proved valuable, for they taught him to approach his gift with humility and discernment. He learned to present his memories not as absolute truth, but as testimony that had passed through many witnesses, each adding their own perspective to the whole. The core remained intact, the essential lessons of Numenor's rise and fall, but the particulars were offered with appropriate caution. Lindir's contribution to his education was perhaps the most unexpected. The minstrel took Arion aside one afternoon and led him to a quiet garden where a small harp stood upon a stone pedestal. The instrument gleamed in the winter sunlight, its strings singing softly in the breeze. "You carry a great weight of memory," Lindir said, his musical voice carrying easily across the garden. "But memory alone does not move hearts or change minds. If you would share what you know with others, you must learn to shape it into forms that can be received, to clothe truth in beauty so that it might enter through ears that would otherwise be closed." Arion looked at the harp with uncertainty. He had never been a musician, had never possessed any particular gift for song or poetry. In Dorwinion, such arts were practiced by specialists, performers who entertained at festivals and celebrations, while ordinary folk watched and listened. "I am no bard," he said. "I would not know where to begin." Lindir smiled and took up the harp, his fingers moving across the strings with effortless grace. "Neither were the first keepers of memory," he replied. "They were simply those who had witnessed great things and felt compelled to share what they had seen. The arts of song and story developed later, as they discovered that truth wrapped in beauty travelled farther and lasted longer than truth presented bare." He played a melody that seemed to capture the essence of morning light upon water, simple yet profound in its effect. "You will not become a master musician," he continued. "That would require years of practice that we do not have. But you can learn enough to understand how stories are crafted, how the rhythms of speech and the choice of words can transform a mere recitation of facts into an experience that touches the heart." And so Arion added yet another dimension to his studies. He learned the basic principles of Elvish verse, the patterns of rhythm and rhyme that gave their songs such power. He practiced telling the stories of his visions aloud, experimenting with different phrasings and approaches until he found those that conveyed not just the events, but the emotional truth that lay beneath them. He came to understand that a tale well told was like a bridge, carrying listeners from their own experience into the experience of another, allowing them to feel what they could not otherwise have felt. As winter deepened and the world beyond Rivendell slumbered beneath its blanket of snow, Arion felt himself being forged into something new. The frightened young man who had stumbled through the gates seeking relief from unbidden dreams was gradually transformed into something more. Not a warrior or a wizard, but a keeper and a bearer, a vessel prepared to carry precious cargo through dangerous waters. Yet even as his capabilities grew, so too did his awareness of the vastness of the task before him. The shadow he had encountered in his dream was ancient beyond comprehension, patient beyond mortality, and possessed of a cunning that had ensnared kingdoms far greater than any that now existed in Middle-earth. What could one man, armed only with memories and words, hope to accomplish against such a foe? It was Elrond who addressed this doubt directly, on an evening when the two of them sat alone before the fire in the Master's private study. The room was lined with books and scrolls, the accumulated wisdom of ages, and the firelight cast shifting patterns upon spines, written in languages that few living beings could still read. "You wonder if your efforts can possibly matter," Elrond said, his grey eyes seeming to look through Arion into the depths of his heart. "You look upon the might of the enemy and feel the smallness of what you have to offer against it." Arion nodded, unable to deny the truth of the observation. The fear had been growing within him for days, a creeping doubt that threatened to undermine all the confidence that he had built through weeks of training. Elrond leaned forward, his expression intense. "Then hear this, and remember it when darkness presses close. The great evils of this world are not defeated by power alone. Morgoth was not overthrown by strength of arms, but by the courage of those who refused to submit. Sauron's first defeat came not through military might, but through the choices of free peoples who would not bend their wills to his dominion." He placed a hand upon Arion's shoulder. "You carry something the enemy cannot corrupt, cannot destroy, cannot counterfeit. You carry truth, and truth, spoken at the right moment to the right hearts, can accomplish what armies cannot. Never doubt the value of what you bear." Spring came to Rivendell with a suddenness that caught Arion by surprise. One day the valley lay wrapped in winter's embrace, the trees bare, and the waterfalls hung with curtains of ice. The next, it seemed, the air had softened and warmed. The snow had begun its retreat up the mountain slopes, and the first green shoots were pushing through the dark earth of the gardens. The change was so swift and complete that Arion suspected some enchantment at work, some power of the elves that could command the seasons themselves. Whether magic or merely the natural quickening of a land long blessed by the presence of the firstborn, the transformation was beautiful beyond words. Flowers bloomed in profusion along the pathways, their colours so vivid they seemed to glow with inner light. Birds returned from wherever they had wintered, filling the air with songs that wove together into complex harmonies. The waterfalls shook off their frozen garments and resumed their tireless dance, their voices rising to greet the lengthening days. Arion watched this awakening with mixed emotions. Part of him rejoiced in the beauty that surrounded him, grateful beyond measure for the months he'd spent in this sanctuary of peace and wisdom. Yet another part of him knew that spring's arrival heralded the end of his time in Rivendell. The lessons had been taught, the preparations made, and the world beyond the valley called to him with an urgency that grew stronger with each passing day. The dreams had changed as well during those final weeks of winter. The memories of Numenor still came to him, but they were gentler now, more controlled, responding to his will rather than overwhelming it. He could walk through the streets of Armenelos without losing himself in the experience, could observe the councils of kings while maintaining the awareness that he was a visitor from a distant age. The gift that had once seemed a curse had become a tool, one that he could wield with increasing skill. But there were other dreams too, visions that seemed to speak not of the past but of the present and perhaps the future. He saw dark towers rising against blood-red skies, armies massing in lands of ash and shadow, and great works of evil being wrought in forges that burned with unholy fire. He saw the free peoples of Middle-earth going about their daily lives, unaware of the storm that gathered on the horizon, and he felt the terrible weight of knowing what they did not. In these visions, he sometimes glimpsed figures he did not recognize but sensed were important. A small being with large feet and a face marked by simple courage. A tall man in weather-stained clothes whose eyes held both nobility and doubt. A wizard in grey robes whose wisdom seemed to pierce through all deceptions. These figures appeared and disappeared without explanation. their roles in the unfolding drama unclear but undeniably significant. When he spoke of these visions to Elrond, the Master of Rivendell listened with particular attention, his expression thoughtful and grave. "The threads of fate are gathering," Elrond said when Arion had finished his account. "The hour approaches when all that has been set in motion across the long years will come to its culmination. What you see are glimpses of those who will play their parts in that final reckoning, though even I cannot say with certainty how each thread will be woven into the whole." "Do you know who they are?" Arion asked. "The figures I see in my dreams?" Elrond was silent for a moment, considering his response. "Some I suspect," he said at last. "The wizard you describe may well be Mithrandir, whom men call Gandalf, a friend of this house, and a foe of the shadow since its first stirring. The man in weather-stained clothes sounds much like one of the Dunedain, perhaps even one whose lineage stretches back to the kings of old. As for the small being with large feet, he smiled slightly. That could only be one of the halflings, the hobbits of the Shire, a people little known outside their own borders but possessed of qualities that even the wise have failed to fully appreciate." "And my role," Arion pressed. "In this gathering of threads, where do I fit?" "That is something you must discover for yourself," Elrond replied. "I can tell you that your path will not be one of great deeds celebrated in song and story. You will not lead armies or wield weapons of power. Your role is subtler than that, but no less vital. You're a keeper of memory, a bearer of truth. Where you go and whom you speak to will be guided by wisdom that comes from beyond either of us." The day of departure arrived on a morning when the sun rose clear and bright above the eastern peaks, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Arion stood in the courtyard where he had first arrived those many months ago, a pack upon his back and a staff in his hand. The staff had been a gift from Glorfindel, carved from the wood of a tree that had grown in Rivendell since the Second Age and blessed with subtle protections that would aid him in his travels. The household had gathered to bid him farewell, elves who had become friends and teachers, companions in the quiet hours of study and contemplation. Lindir presented him with a small harp, simple in its construction but beautiful in its tone, suggesting that even one who was no musician might find comfort in its strings during long nights on the road. Erestor gave him a journal bound in leather, its pages blank and waiting to be filled with the accounts of his journey and the memories he would gather along the way. Glorfindel clasped his arm in the manner of warriors, his golden hair gleaming in the morning light. "Remember what you have learned," he said. "Move swiftly and silently. Trust your instincts when danger approaches, and know that the strength you carry is not in your arms or your blade, but in your heart and your memory." Elrond was the last to speak with him, drawing him aside to a quiet corner of the courtyard where the sound of falling water provided a gentle curtain of privacy. The Master of Rivendell looked upon him with eyes that seemed to see not just the young man who stood before him, but all the generations that had led to this moment and all the possibilities that stretched out from it. "You go forth as a single point of light in a darkening world," Elrond said. "That light may seem small against the vastness of the shadow, but remember this. It was a single star that guided the Edain across the sea to the blessed realm. It was a single jewel that brought hope to the darkest hour of the First Age. And it was a single act of mercy that preserved the possibility of redemption, even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness." He placed his hands upon Arion's shoulders, and there was in his touch a warmth that seemed to flow from some deep wellspring of power and compassion. "Go now, and bear your light wherever it is needed. When despair presses close and you wonder if your efforts matter, remember the truth you carry and the source from which it comes. The enemy deals in lies because he fears the truth. That fear is your greatest weapon." Arion bowed his head, overcome with gratitude for all he had received in this place. He tried to speak his thanks, but found that words were insufficient for the depth of feeling that moved through him. Elrond seemed to understand, for he simply nodded and stepped back, allowing Arion to turn and face the road that waited beyond the gates. The path out of Rivendell wound upward through the cleft in the mountains, following the course of the Bruinen until it reached the high passes that led into the wider world. Arion walked alone, his footsteps light upon the stone, his heart a mixture of sorrow and anticipation. Behind him lay months of peace and learning, the companionship of beings whose wisdom spanned ages, and the healing of wounds he had not known he carried. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and a purpose that he was only beginning to understand. As he reached the first ridge and turned to look back at the valleys spread below him like a jewel cradled into the mountains, he felt something shift within him. The frightened young man who had fled from dreams he could not control was gone. In his place stood someone new, someone forged by trials and teachings into a vessel fit for the task appointed to him. The memories of Numenor stirred within his blood, not as a burden now but as a gift, a treasure entrusted to him across the long years for such a time as this. He turned away from Rivendell and began his descent into the wildlands beyond, carrying the light of truth into a world that desperately needed its illumination. The lands beyond Rivendell were wilder than Arion had anticipated, even with all the warnings Glorfindel had given him. The troll shores stretched before him like a maze of twisted valleys and dense forests, where ancient trees grew so close together that their branches formed a canopy through which little sunlight could penetrate. He moved through these shadows with the caution his training had instilled, keeping to the paths where possible and leaving them when his instincts warned of danger ahead. The first weeks of travel passed without incident, though never without awareness. He saw signs of passage that spoke of creatures best avoided, tracks in the mud that were too large to belong to any natural beast, markings on trees that suggested territorial boundaries of things that hunted by night. He gave these signs wide berth, trusting in the skills he'd learned and the subtle protections woven into his staff. At night he made camp in sheltered hollows or beneath overhanging rocks, building small fires when the cold pressed too close and eating sparingly from the provisions he'd carried from Rivendell. When sleep came, the dreams came with it, but they were no longer the overwhelming floods that had once tormented him. Instead, they unfolded like scrolls being gently opened, revealing their contents at a pace he could absorb without being swept away. He dreamed often of Numenor in those early days of travel, as though Miriel's gift sensed his vulnerability and sought to remind him of why he journeyed. He walked again through the great libraries of Armenelos, where scrolls containing the wisdom of ages were preserved with loving care. He stood upon the Meneltarma, the sacred mountain at the island's heart, and felt the presence of the Valar like a warmth upon his upturned face. He witnessed the festivals that had once filled the streets with music and laughter, celebrations of life and gratitude that seemed impossibly distant from the shadow-haunted world through which he now travelled. But there were darker memories too, visions of the corruption that had crept into that blessed realm. He saw the temples raised to Morgoth, where smoke from terrible sacrifices rose to stain the once clear skies. He witnessed the madness that had seized the kings, the pride that had twisted them from servants of the light into worshippers of the dark, and he felt again and again the despair of the faithful who had watched their world collapse around them, powerless to halt the doom that approached. These memories served their purpose, steeling his resolve when the road grew hard and doubt whispered that his mission was futile. He was not merely a traveller wandering without destination, he was a keeper of truth, bearing witness across the ages to those who had ears to hear. It was near the end of the second week that he encountered his first test. The path he followed had led him down into a valley where a stream ran cold and clear over smooth stones. He had paused to refill his water skin and rest his aching feet when a sound reached his ears that froze the blood in his veins. It was a voice, or rather many voices woven together into a single melody, singing words in a language that scraped against his mind like claws upon stone. Every instinct screamed at him to flee, to abandon his rest and put as much distance as possible between himself and whatever produced that terrible sound. Yet even as he rose to obey this impulse, another voice spoke within him, quieter but no less insistent. This was what he'd trained for. This was why Elrond had taught him to master his fear rather than be mastered by it. If he ran from every shadow, he would never complete his journey. He pressed himself against the trunk of a great oak and waited, his breathing slow and controlled, his grip upon his staff steady despite the trembling of his hands. The singing grew louder, and with it came a procession that emerged from the trees on the far side of the stream. They were creatures out of nightmare, twisted forms that might once have been elves before some ancient corruption warped them into something monstrous. Their skin was grey and mottled, their eyes burned with the sickly light, and their movements combined an unnatural grace with a predatory hunger that spoke of centuries spent in service to darkness. Orcs, Arion realised, Though these were unlike the common goblin folk he had heard described in tales. These were of an older breed, servants of a shadow that had plagued Middle-earth since the First Age. They moved through the valley without apparent purpose, their song a mockery of the melodies the elves raised in praise of starlight and growing things. He remained motionless as they passed, trusting in the concealment the oak provided and the protections woven into his staff. The creatures showed no sign of having detected his presence, though several paused to sniff the air with expressions of suspicious alertness. Long minutes crawled by as the procession wound its way through the valley and disappeared into the forest beyond. Only when the last echoes of their song had faded into silence did Arion allow himself to breathe freely again. He did not linger in that valley. As soon as his legs would carry him, he pressed onward, putting distance between himself and the path the orcs had taken. The encounter had shaken him more than he cared to admit, not because of the danger itself, but because of what it represented. The shadow was real and present in the world, not merely a memory preserved in blood or a threat discussed in the safety of Rivendell's halls. It walked openly in the wild places, growing bolder as its master's power increased. The road led him eventually out of the troll shores and into gentler country, lands where men had established settlements and carved order from the wilderness. He passed through villages where farmers tended their fields and craftsmen plied their trades, ordinary folk going about their ordinary lives with no knowledge of the darkness that gathered in the distant east. He did not stay long in these places, for his mission was not yet ripe for sharing and his presence might draw unwanted attention. But there was one settlement where circumstances compelled him to pause. It was a town of modest size, built where two roads crossed, and a river provided water for mills and irrigation. He had intended to pass through without stopping, but as he walked through the market square, a voice called out to him that stopped him into his tracks. "Bearer of memory," the voice said, and there was in it a quality that resonated with something deep within Arion's soul. "I have been waiting for you." He turned to find an old woman seated beside a well, her face weathered by years beyond counting, her eyes bright with intelligence and something else. Something that looked very much like recognition. She was dressed in the simple garments of a common villager, yet there was nothing common about the way she held herself, or the power that seemed to radiate from her in subtle waves. "Do I know you?" Arion asked, approaching cautiously. The old woman smiled, and in that smile he glimpsed something ancient and knowing. "You know my kind, though we have not met before. I am a keeper as you are, a bearer of truth that has been passed down through generations of my family since the days when the world was young." She gestured to the space beside her on the edge of the well. "Sit with me," she said. "There are things you need to hear, and things I need to tell before my time runs out." Arion hesitated only a moment before accepting her invitation. As he settled onto the stone beside her, she reached out and took his hand in hers. Her grip was surprisingly strong, and where their skin touched, he felt a current of recognition flow between them like water, finding its natural course. "We are few now," she said, her voice low and meant only for his ears. "Those who remember the truth and carry it forward. Once there were many of us, scattered across all the lands where men have dwelt. We preserve the old stories, the warnings, the wisdom that was nearly lost when Numenor fell beneath the waves. But the years have been long, and many lines have failed, their bearers dying without passing on what they knew." Arion felt the weight of her words settling upon him. He had known, in an abstract way, that the gift Miriel had placed in her bloodline might not be unique, that other survivors of the faithful might have employed similar methods to preserve their heritage. But to meet another keeper, here in this unremarkable town so far from anywhere of significance, seemed almost too fortunate to be coincidence. "How did you know I would come?" he asked. The old woman's eyes grew distant, as though she were looking at something visible only to her inner sight. "I dreamed of you," she said simply. 3 nights ago I saw your face as clearly as I see it now. I saw you walking out of the east, bearing the light of Numenor in your heart. And I knew that before I passed from this world, I had to give you what I carry." The old woman's name was Vardis, and she had lived in this village for longer than anyone could remember. The townsfolk regarded her with a mixture of respect and unease, seeking her counsel when illness struck or when disputes needed resolution, but keeping their distance at other times as though her presence reminded them of things they preferred to forget. She accepted this treatment with equanimity, understanding that her role was to preserve and wait, not to seek the approval of those who could not comprehend the burden she carried. She led Arion to a small cottage on the edge of the settlement, a dwelling so humble it seemed almost to fade into the landscape around it. Inside, the space was dominated by shelves lined with books and scrolls, a collection that seemed impossibly large for such a modest home. The air smelled of old paper and dried herbs, and everywhere Arion looked he saw evidence of a life devoted to the preservation of knowledge. "Sit," Vardis instructed, gesturing to a chair beside the hearth where a small fire burned with steady warmth. "There is much to tell and little time in which to tell it." Arion obeyed, settling into the chair and watching as the old woman moved about the room with surprising agility, gathering items from various shelves and drawers. She assembled a collection of objects upon a table between them, artifacts that seemed unremarkable at first glance, but which hummed with a subtle energy that Arion's heightened senses could perceive. "My family has kept the memory of Numenor since the faithful first came to these shores," Vardis began, lowering herself into a chair opposite him with the careful movements of advanced age. "We were not of noble blood, merely servants who had attended the household of one of the great lords. Yet when the ships sailed from the Doom, we were among those who escaped, and we carried with us what we could save." She picked up a small wooden box, its surface worn smooth by countless hands across generations. "This," she said, opening the lid to reveal a ring of tarnished silver, "was worn by my foremother on the day the wave struck. She removed it from her finger as the water closed over her head, and when she woke upon the shores of Middle-earth, she found it still clutched in her hand. It carries within it memories of the moment when everything changed." Arion felt his heart quicken as he looked upon the ring. He could sense the weight of what it contained, the traumatic impressions of that final cataclysm preserved in metal and stone. Without thinking, he reached out toward it, but Vardis closed the box before his fingers could touch its contents. "Not yet," she said. "There is an order to these things. The memories must be received properly, or they will overwhelm rather than enlighten." She set the box aside and picked up a small leather pouch from which she withdrew a collection of dried leaves. "These are from a plant that no longer grows anywhere in Middle-earth," she explained. "My family has cultivated them in secret for 3,000 years, coaxing each generation from seeds gathered before the fall. When brewed into a tea, they open the pathways of memory, allowing the transfer of what one keeper holds to another." "You wish to give me your memories," Arion said, understanding dawning. Vardis nodded, her eyes glistening with emotions held long in check. "I am the last of my line. My children died young, taken by fever before they could learn what I had to teach. My grandchildren were never born. When I pass from this world, everything my family has preserved across 30 centuries will pass with me, unless I can find another vessel to carry it forward." She reached across and took his hands in hers once more. "But you are here, you who already carry the gift of memory, who have been trained by Elrond himself to bear such burdens. Providence has sent you to me in my final days, and I would be a fool to reject such grace." The ritual that followed was unlike anything Arion had experienced, even in the extraordinary months he'd spent in Rivendell. Vardis prepared the tea from her precious leaves, steeping them in water she'd drawn from a spring at dawn, and heated over flames fed by wood from a tree that had been ancient when her ancestors first planted roots in this village. The aroma that rose from the cup was strange and heady, carrying hints of salt air and distant shores, of flowers that had bloomed in gardens swallowed by the sea. They drank together, sitting across from each other with their hands joined over the table. Arion felt the liquid warm his throat and spread through his body like gentle fire, opening channels within him that he had not known existed. His awareness expanded, becoming simultaneously more focused and more diffuse, as though he were both present in the cottage and floating somewhere above it, looking down upon two small figures engaged in an act of transmission older than written history. Vardis began to speak, but her words were not mere sounds, they were carriers, vessels bearing cargo from her mind to his. She spoke of the day the wave came, and Arion experienced it not as distant memory, but as immediate reality. He felt the ground shake beneath his feet, saw the horizon rise impossibly as water gathered itself into a wall taller than mountains. He heard the screams of the dying and the prayers of the faithful, smelled the salt and the fear, tasted the ash that fell from skies darkened by the wrath of powers beyond comprehension. The experience was terrible and beautiful and overwhelming, yet he did not lose himself in it as he once would have. The training Elrond had given him held firm, providing an anchor to which he could cling even as the currents of memory swirled around him. He absorbed what Vardis offered, letting it settle into the chambers of his consciousness, alongside the inheritance Miriel had placed there so long ago. But the fall of Numenor was only the beginning. Vardis shared memories that stretched forward from that cataclysm, recollections gathered by her ancestors as they made their way in the strange new world that emerged from the reshaping of the seas. He witnessed the founding of the kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor, saw the white walls of Osgiliath rising beside the waters of the Anduin. He walked through streets that had long since crumbled to dust, spoke with kings whose names had been forgotten by all but the most learned scholars. He saw too the slow decline that had overtaken the surviving Dunedain. Generation by generation, the long life of Númenorian blood had faded, the wisdom of the faithful had dimmed, the glory of the kingdoms had waned, wars had been fought and lost, alliances had been forged and broken, and always the shadow in the east had grown stronger while the light of the west grew dimmer. Through it all, Vardis's family had watched and remembered. They had served kings and counselled lords, had whispered warnings that went unheeded, and preserved truths that others chose to forget. They had married and raised children and passed their burden to the next generation, an unbroken chain of memories stretching across 3,000 years of history. And now that chain was passing to Aerion. The transfer lasted through the night and into the following day. When it was finally complete, Aerion opened his eyes to find the cottage bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. His body ached with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion, yet his mind felt strangely clear, as though a fog he had not known was present had been lifted from his thoughts. Vardis sat slumped in her chair, her breathing shallow, her face pale but peaceful. The effort of transmission had taken nearly everything from her, yet she managed to smile when she saw that he had returned to full awareness. "It is done," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You carry it all now, everything my family preserved, everything we witnessed and learned across the long years." Aerion tried to speak, to express the gratitude that welled up within him, but she raised a trembling hand to stop him. "No words are needed," she said. "What you bear is thanks enough. Now go. Your journey is not finished, and there are others who need what you carry." The shadow grows, and the hour approaches when memory will be the only light left to guide those who would stand against it. She closed her eyes, and Aerion saw that she had passed beyond the point where she could speak further. He sat with her through the remaining hours of the day, holding her hand as the sun set and the stars emerged. Somewhere in the deep watches of the night, her breathing stilled, and the last keeper of her line departed from the circles of the world. He buried her at dawn beside the cottage where she had spent her final years, marking the grave with a stone upon which he carved symbols that few living beings would recognize. Then he gathered his pack and his staff and turned once more to the road, heavier now with the weight of what he carried, yet somehow stronger for the burden. The road carried Aerion westward through lands that grew increasingly familiar as the weeks passed. Not familiar in the sense that he had walked them before, but familiar through the memories he now carried, the accumulated recollections of generations who had travelled these same paths in ages past. Every hill and valley, every river crossing and forest glade seemed to whisper with the voices of those who'd come before, their experiences now woven into the fabric of his consciousness. He moved with greater purpose now, guided by an inner compass that had been calibrated by Vardis's gift. Where before he had wandered without clear destination, trusting that Providence would direct his steps, he now felt drawn toward specific places and specific people. The memories he carried were not passive cargo but living things, reaching out toward those who might receive them, sensing connections across distances that ordinary perception could not bridge. The first such connection led him to a village in the hills of Eriador, where an old man sat each evening beside a fire that never seemed to go out. The villagers called him mad, but he spoke of things that made no sense to their practical minds, of towers that had fallen and kings who had died before their great-great-grandfathers were born. But when Aerion sat beside him and began to speak of Numenor, the old man wept with recognition, and they talked through the night of things that only memory keepers could understand. From that village he travelled to a homestead where a young woman struggled to understand the dreams that plagued her sleep. She was of Dunedain blood, though she did not know it, and the heritage that ran in her veins had begun to awaken as the shadow in the east grew stronger. Arion spent 3 days with her, teaching her the techniques Elrond had taught him, helping her to master the gift that had seemed like a curse. When he departed, she stood taller, her eyes clear with purpose, another light kindled against the gathering dark. So it went, week after week, month after month. Arion wandered through the forgotten places of Middle-earth, seeking out those who carried fragments of the old wisdom, and those who might receive the truth he bore. Some he found through the guidance of his dreams, others he encountered by chance, or what seemed like chance but felt too purposeful to be mere coincidence. Each meeting added something to his understanding, and each departure left behind a spark that might one day grow into flame. The shadow did not leave him unmolested during these wanderings. Twice more he felt the presence of Sauron pressing against his dreams, that terrible consciousness probing for weakness, seeking entrance through which corruption might flow. But the training Elrond had given him held firm, and the memories he carried served as shields against the darkness. The truth of Numenor's fall was not merely a warning to others, but a defense for himself, a reminder of what happened to those who listened to the enemy's whispers. There were physical dangers as well. Orcs still roamed the wild places, and worse things moved in the shadows that gathered in the eastern marches. Once he was pursued for 3 days by riders in black, whose very presence filled him with a dread that went beyond natural fear. He escaped through luck and skill and the protections woven into his staff, but the encounter left him shaken, aware that the forces arrayed against the Free Peoples were more terrible than any tale had prepared him to face. It was in the early days of autumn, when the leaves had just begun to turn and the air carried the first hints of approaching winter, that his wandering path brought him at last to a land he'd heard of but never seen. The Shire, the hobbits called it, a gentle country of rolling hills and fertile fields where a people lived who seemed untouched by the troubles of the wider world. They were small folk, scarcely half his height, with large feet and cheerful faces and an appetite for comfort that bordered on the legendary. Arion did not know why his inner compass had guided him here. The hobbits seemed the least likely of all peoples to need the memories he carried. They cared nothing for the great events of history, preferring to concern themselves with the quality of their ale and the state of their gardens. The shadow in the east was to them a distant rumour, something that troubled the big folk but had no bearing on their peaceful lives. Yet as he walked through the lanes of their villages, as he observed their simple joys and their deep contentment, he began to understand why Providence had led him to this place. The hobbits possessed something that all the great kingdoms of men had lost. They possessed innocence, not the innocence of ignorance, but the innocence of wisdom that had never been corrupted. They knew what mattered and what did not, and they held to that knowledge with a stubbornness that no power of darkness had ever been able to break. In their own way, he realized, they too were keepers of truth. Not the truth of ancient history or the warnings of fallen kingdoms, but the truth of simple things, of home and hearth, of friendship and loyalty, of the small goodnesses that made life worth living. They did not need the memories he carried, but perhaps, when the hour of testing came, they would prove to be exactly what the world needed most. He did not linger long in the Shire, sensing that his presence there was not yet required, but he stored the experience away, adding it to the vast collection of memories that now resided within him. Someday, he knew, he would return. Someday, the paths of the keepers and the halflings would cross in ways that neither could yet foresee. The road led him eventually back toward the east, toward the hidden valley that had become his truest home in all the wide world. Rivendell called to him across the leagues, its peace and wisdom a beacon that never wavered no matter how far he wandered. He had been gone for nearly 2 years, had travelled paths that stretched from the grey havens to the borders of the misty mountains, had touched countless lives and gathered countless more memories to add to his inheritance. Now it was time to return, to share what he had learned, to rest and restore himself before the next journey began. The valley was unchanged when he arrived, as though time itself flowed differently within its borders. The waterfalls still sang their eternal song, the trees still glowed with colours that seemed to contain inner light, and the halls of Elrond still offered sanctuary to the weary and the wounded. Arion passed through the gates with a heart full of gratitude, feeling the last tensions of his journey ease from his shoulders as the peace of the last homely house embraced him. Elrond received him in the same study where they had sat on his first night in Rivendell, so long ago and yet somehow no time at all. The Master of Rivendell had not aged, of course, but there was something different in his eyes, a weight that had not been there before. "The shadow grows," he said when Arion had finished his account, "faster than even I had anticipated. The enemy marshals his forces and the hour of decision approaches for all the free peoples." Arion nodded, feeling the truth of those words resonate with everything he'd witnessed in his travels. "What would you have me do?" Elrond was silent for a long moment, his grey eyes distant with thought. "Continue your work," he said at last. "The seeds you have planted will bear fruit in their own time, but stay close now. Events are in motion that will shape the fate of Middle-earth, and I suspect your gift will be needed before the end." And so Arion remained in Rivendell, resting from his journeys, continuing his studies, waiting for the moment when the threads of fate would call him forth again. The memories he carried stirred within him, ancient truths waiting to be spoken, warnings waiting to be heard. The shadow in the east grew darker with each passing day, but in the hidden valley the light held firm. For this was the nature of the struggle against darkness. It was not won through single great victories, but through countless small acts of preservation and courage, through the keeping of memories that others had forgotten and the speaking of truths that others feared to hear. Arion had become one link in a chain that stretched back to the dawn of time and forward into a future that none could see. And as long as such links remained unbroken, hope would endure in Middle-earth. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and beyond the windows the stars wheeled slowly through the autumn sky. In the Hall of Fire, elven voices rose in songs of beauty and remembrance, melodies that had been sung since the world was young. And in his chamber overlooking the falls, Arion, keeper of memory, closed his eyes and let the peace of Rivendell wash over him, knowing that when the time came, he would be ready to answer whatever call might come. Thus ends this tale of Elrond the Wise and the inheritor of Numenor's truth, a story of memory and purpose, of darkness and light, told in the hidden valley where the waters sing and hope never dies. Story 2. In the hidden valley of Imladris, where the waters of the Bruinen sing their eternal song over ancient stones, and the air carries the scent of Athelas mingled with pine, there stands a house that has witnessed the turning of ages beyond mortal reckoning. This is Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea, and within its walls dwells one whose wisdom runs as deep as the roots of the mountains themselves. Elrond Half-elven, son of Eärendil the Mariner and Elwing the White, has looked upon the face of Middle-earth for more than 6,000 years, and in all that time he has gathered stories as a gardener gathers seeds, each one precious, each one carrying within it the power to grow into something wondrous when planted in willing soil. Tonight, as the stars wheel slowly overhead, and the moon casts her silver light upon the waterfalls that cascade through the valley like veils of liquid starlight, we shall sit at the feet of Elrond the Wise and listen to tales that have seldom been told beyond the borders of his realm. These are not the great legends sung by bards in the halls of kings, nor the histories inscribed upon scrolls in the libraries of Gondor. These are the quieter stories, the forgotten tales of mercy and mystery, of small kindnesses that change the course of fate, and of wisdom earned through sorrow and joy alike. It is said that in the early days of the Third Age, when the wounds of the last alliance still marked the land and the shadow of Sauron had only recently been lifted from the world, a young ranger came to the gates of Rivendell bearing a burden that weighed upon his heart more heavily than any pack upon his shoulders. His name was Aravorn, and he was of the line of Isildur, though in those days the heirs of the North Kingdom wandered as strangers in their own ancestral lands, forgotten by most, remembered only in the songs of the elves and the longest memories of men. Aravorn had come seeking healing, but not for any wound of the flesh. He had come because his father had fallen in battle against the orcs of the Misty Mountains, struck down by a poisoned blade while defending a village of simple farmers who knew nothing of kings or ancient bloodlines. In his grief, Aravorn carried with him a terrible question, one that gnawed at his spirit like a worm at the heart of an apple. Why, he wondered, should the last descendants of Numenor spend their blood for those who would never know their sacrifice? What purpose was there in this endless vigil, this thankless guardianship of a world that had forgotten their very names? Elrond received the young ranger in his study, a room where the light of countless candles played upon shelves laden with scrolls and books, written in tongues that had not been spoken aloud since before the sun first rose over the eastern mountains. The Lord of Rivendell listened as Aragorn poured out his grief and his doubt, his words tumbling forth like water breaking through a dam too long held against the pressure of hidden springs. And when at last the ranger fell silent, his face wet with tears he had not known he was weeping, Elrond did not immediately speak. Instead, he rose from his chair and walked to a window that looked out upon the valley below, where the lights of elven dwellings twinkled like earthbound stars among the trees. "Come," said Elrond at last, his voice gentle as the evening breeze that stirred the curtains. "There is something I would show you, Aragorn, son of Arahad. It is a tale that I have not told in many centuries, for it speaks of a time when I too questioned the purpose of sacrifice and the meaning of hope in a world that seemed determined to forget the light." They walked together through the winding paths of Rivendell, past fountains that sang with voices almost intelligible, past gardens where flowers bloomed that had been brought from Valinor itself in ages beyond memory, until they came to a small glade set apart from the main house. In the centre of this glade stood a single tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, its leaves shaped like the hands of children reaching toward the heavens. At the foot of this tree lay a stone, weathered by time but bearing still the faint traces of elven script. Elrond knelt before the stone, and after a moment Aragorn knelt beside him. The night was very still, and even the waterfalls seemed to grow quiet, as if the valley itself held its breath to listen to the tale that was about to be told. "In the year 1600 of the Second Age," Elrond began, his eyes fixed upon some distant point that only he could see, "I was yet young among my people, though I had already witnessed much of sorrow and strife. The rings of power had been forged, and Sauron's shadow was growing in the east. Gil-galad, High King of the Noldor, had sent me to establish a refuge in this valley, a place of healing and wisdom where the free peoples of Middle-earth might find sanctuary against the darkness that was coming. But in those early days, Imladris was little more than a dream, a few tents pitched among the waterfalls, and a handful of elves who'd chosen to follow me into the wilderness. One autumn evening, as the leaves were turning gold and the air carried the first hint of frost, a stranger came to our camp. She was an elf, or so she appeared, though there was something about her that defied easy classification. Her hair was the colour of autumn leaves, her eyes the deep green of forest pools, and she carried in her arms a bundle wrapped in cloth that had once been fine but was now travel-stained and torn. She would not give her name, would answer no questions about whence she had come or whither she was bound. She asked only for shelter for a single night, and for someone to care for the burden she carried when she was gone. The bundle, Elrond continued, contained an infant, a child no more than a few months old. The stranger said nothing of the child's origins, nothing of his parentage or his people. She said only that he was alone in the world, that there was no one left to care for him, and that she'd brought him as far as her strength would carry her. By morning, she said, she would have to continue her journey, and the child could not accompany her where she was bound. Aragorn listened in silence, his grief momentarily forgotten in the mystery of the tale. He could feel the weight of ages in Elrond's voice, the depth of memory that stretched back beyond anything he could truly comprehend. "I wanted to refuse," Elrond admitted, and there was honesty in his words that surprised the young ranger. "I'd come to build a refuge, not to tend an orphan of unknown origin. The darkness was growing, and every resource, every moment of attention seemed precious beyond measure. What was one child against the fate of Middle-earth? And yet, as I looked upon his sleeping face, something stirred within me. I remembered my own childhood, the loss of my parents, the uncertainty of my path. I remembered how Maglor, son of Feanor, had shown mercy to my brother and me when we were lost and alone, had raised us with kindness when he might have done otherwise, and I knew that I could not turn away from this small life that fate had placed in my care. The stranger departed before dawn, and true to her word, she never returned. We raised the child here in Rivendell, taught him our lore and our ways, watched him grow into a man of wisdom and courage. His name was Hallodan, and though he was mortal and his years were few compared to ours, he lived a life of meaning and purpose that touched countless others." Elrond paused, his hand resting upon the weathered stone. "This is his resting place," he said quietly. "He died defending a company of travellers who were set upon by wolves in the passes of the Misty Mountains. He never knew the name of his mother, never discovered the mystery of his origins, but he knew that he was loved, and he spent his life passing that love onward to others. Aragorn sat in silence for a long moment, the story settling into his heart like rain sinking into parched earth. The moon had moved across the sky while Elrond spoke, and the shadows in the glade had shifted and lengthened. At last, the young ranger found his voice, though it came out rough and uncertain. "But what became of the travellers he saved?" Aragorn asked. "Did they ever know what he sacrificed for them?" Elrond smiled, and in that smile was both sorrow and a strange, enduring joy. "Some of them knew," he replied. "Others never learned his name. There was a woman among them, a healer from a village near the Grey Flood, who carried his memory back to her people. She established a house of healing there, a place where any who were wounded or sick might find aid without payment or question. She named it Halidon's Rest, though few who came through its doors ever knew for whom it was named or why. That house stood for 300 years before the village was abandoned and its people scattered by war. But during those 300 years, thousands of lives were touched by the kindness that Halidon had shown in a single moment of sacrifice. The Lord of Rivendell rose to his feet, his movements graceful despite the weight of ages that lay upon his shoulders. He extended a hand to help Aragorn rise, and together they walked back through the moonlit gardens toward the main house. "You asked me," Elrond continued, "what purpose there is in sacrifice that goes unrecognized, in vigilance that is neither seen nor thanked. I will tell you what I've learned in 6,000 years of watching over this valley and the lands beyond. The purpose is not in the recognition. The purpose is in the act itself, and in the ripples that spread outward from it like circles on the surface of a still pond. Halidon never knew that his death would lead to the founding of a house of healing. The healer never knew that among those she tended was a young man who would one day become the father of a line of kings in a distant land. And those kings never knew that their very existence traced back to a nameless elf who brought a foundling child to Rivendell on an autumn evening long ago. They had reached the terrace outside Elrond's study, where a small table had been set with wine and bread and fruit. The stars blazed overhead, and the sound of the waterfalls filled the night with their ceaseless music. Elrond gestured for Aragorn to sit, and he poured wine into 2 cups of crystal that caught the starlight and held it like captured dreams. "Your father," Elrond said gently, "died protecting farmers who did not know his name or his lineage. But those farmers will live to plant their crops next spring, will raise children who will grow into men and women of their own. Some of those children may one day do great deeds, or small ones that lead to greatness in others. The threads of fate are woven in ways that even the Valar cannot always perceive. Your father's sacrifice was not diminished by the ignorance of those he saved. It was made greater by it, for he asked nothing in return, expected nothing, and gave everything." Aragorn drank deeply from his cup, and the wine warmed him from within, easing the cold knot that had sat in his chest since the day of his father's death. He still felt the grief, still felt the loss, but it was different now, tempered by something that felt almost like peace. "Tell me another tale," he asked quietly. "If you would, my lord, tell me of another time when small kindnesses changed the course of fate." Elrond leaned back in his chair, his eyes reflecting the starlight as he gazed up at the wheeling heavens. "There was a time," he began, "in the depths of the Second Age, when the shadow of Sauron lay heavily upon all of the lands east of the sea. The rings of power had been distributed, and the Dark Lord was gathering his strength for the war that would reshape Middle-earth. In those dark days I received word of a company of dwarves who had been driven from their homes in the Grey Mountains by a dragon of terrible power. The dwarves were led by a craftsman named Narvi, whose name you may know from other tales, for he was the same Narvi who later forged the doors of Durin in partnership with my kinsman Celebrimbor. But at this time Narvi was simply a refugee, leading his people through hostile lands in search of sanctuary. They had been turned away from every settlement they encountered, for in those days there was great suspicion between dwarves and elves, old grievances that stretched back to the First Age and the sack of Doriath. When they came to the borders of my realm, my counsellors urged me to turn them away as well. They reminded me of ancient wrongs, of betrayals and bloodshed, of the curse that seemed to follow the dealings between our peoples, and I confess that I was tempted to heed their counsel, for the memories they invoked were painful, and the wounds they spoke of had never truly healed. Elrond paused, and his eyes grew distant, seeing not the stars overhead but the faces of those long-vanished dwarves standing at the borders of his young realm. But then I remembered something that my foster father Maglord once told me, Elrond continued. He said that the measure of wisdom is not in remembering wrongs, but in knowing when to set them aside. He said that every kindness shown to a stranger is a seed planted in soil we cannot see, and that we must trust in the growth of things we will never harvest. And so I went against the counsel of my advisors and welcomed Narvi and his people into Imladris. They stayed with us for 3 seasons, resting and recovering their strength, learning our ways as we learned theirs. Narvi and I spent many evenings in conversation, sharing the lore of our peoples, discovering that we had more in common than either of us had imagined. When at last they departed to seek new homes in the mountains further south, we parted as friends, and Narvi swore that the dwarves of his line would never forget the hospitality of Rivendell. Many years later, when Sauron's armies marched against us and the siege of Imladris seemed certain to end in our destruction, a company of dwarf warriors appeared from the mountains and fell upon the enemy's flank at the moment of our greatest need. They were led by Narvi's grandson, who had kept his forefathers' oath across the generations. Without their aid, Imladris would have fallen, and all the wisdom and healing we have offered to Middle-earth since that day would have been lost. The ranger listened with growing wonder, understanding dawning in his eyes like the first light of morning creeping over the eastern mountains. He began to see the pattern that Elrond was weaving, the tapestry of cause and effect that stretched across centuries and connected the smallest acts of kindness to the greatest movements of history. "My lord," Aragorn said slowly, "are you telling me that every choice we make, every act of mercy or cruelty ripples outward in ways we cannot foresee?" Elrond nodded, his expression grave but not without hope. "I'm telling you that the world is vaster and more interconnected than any mortal mind can comprehend," he replied. "I'm telling you that your father's sacrifice, though it may seem small and forgotten in the great sweep of history, has set in motion events that will unfold for generations to come. I'm telling you that the purpose of the Dunedain is not to be remembered or thanked, but to be the guardians of a hope that may not flower until long after your bones have returned to the earth from which they came." The night deepened around them, and the stars seemed to draw closer, as if they too were listening to the wisdom of Elrond Half-elven. Aragorn felt the weight of his grief transforming into something else, a sense of purpose that was neither proud nor bitter, but simply resolute. He understood now why his ancestors had chosen this path of anonymous guardianship, why they wandered the wild lands as strangers and protectors rather than claiming the thrones that were rightfully theirs. "There is another tale I would share with you," Elrond said, and his voice had grown softer now, touched with a tenderness that spoke of memories both precious and painful. "It is a tale of my own children, and of a choice that was made in darkness that led to light." Aragorn settled deeper into his chair, the wine warming his blood and the starlight softening the edges of his grief. He sensed that the tale Elrond was about to share carried a weight different from the others, something more personal and more closely guarded. The Lord of Rivendell did not speak immediately. Instead, he gazed up at the stars as if reading in their ancient patterns the words he sought to speak. "You know perhaps that I have 3 children," Elrond began at last. "My sons Elladan and Elrohir, and my daughter Arwen, whom some call Undomiel, the Evenstar of her people. What you may not know is that their mother, my beloved Celebrian, was taken from us many centuries ago by servants of the Shadow, captured in the passes of the Misty Mountains and subjected to torments that I cannot bring myself to describe, even now, after all these years." The Elf Lord's voice had grown quieter, and Aragorn could hear in it the echo of a grief that time had softened but never fully healed. He knew of the Lady Celebrian, of course. Every ranger of the north knew the tale of how she'd sailed into the west, unable to find peace in Middle-earth after her ordeal. But he had never heard the story from Elrond's own lips, had never understood the depth of the wound it had left in the heart of Rivendell's master. "My sons rescued her from the orc dens where she was held," Elrond continued, "but the damage had been done. Though I healed her body with all the skill I possessed, her spirit remained wounded beyond my power to mend. She sailed from the Grey Havens a year later, and I have not seen her face since that day, nor will I until the world is changed and all things are made new. In the years that followed her departure, my sons were consumed by a cold fury that I could not temper. They rode out again and again into the wild lands, hunting the servants of darkness with a relentless hatred that frightened me even as I understood it. They became shadows themselves, grim and silent, speaking rarely even to each other, their eyes always fixed on some distant vengeance that could never truly be satisfied. Elrond paused, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a father's anguish, raw and undiminished by the passage of centuries. I feared that I would lose them too, he admitted, not to death perhaps, but to a darkness of the spirit that would consume everything that made them who they were. I saw them becoming creatures of hatred and revenge, and I did not know how to call them back from the path they had chosen. It was during this time that a wanderer came to Rivendell, a man of the south who had lost his way in the mountains and stumbled upon our valley more by chance than design. His name was Dorlus, and he was a simple man, a shepherd who had been separated from his flock by a sudden storm and had wandered for days before finding shelter in our realm. He was frightened and confused, overwhelmed by the beauty of our home and the strangeness of our people. My sons encountered him on the borders of the valley, and in their grief-maddened state they saw only a stranger, an intruder, a potential threat to the sanctuary they had failed to protect when it mattered most. They drew their swords and demanded to know his purpose, their voices cold and harsh, their eyes burning with the same fire that had consumed them since their mother's departure. Dorlus fell to his knees before them, weeping with terror, babbling about his lost sheep and his family waiting for him in a village far to the south. He was no warrior, no servant of the enemy, just a simple man caught up in circumstances beyond his understanding. And something in his helplessness, in his absolute vulnerability, broke through the wall of rage that my sons had built around their hearts. Elrond's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he continued the tale, and Aragorn realized that he was witnessing something rare, a glimpse into the private sorrows of one of the most ancient and powerful beings in Middle-earth. Elladan was the first to lower his sword, Elrond said. He looked at this trembling shepherd and saw not an enemy, but a reflection of all the innocent victims they had been unable to save. He saw his mother in this stranger's fear, and he understood at last that vengeance could not heal what had been broken. He sheathed his weapon and knelt beside Dorlus, speaking softly, offering comfort where moments before he had threatened death. Elrohir followed his brother's lead, and together they brought the shepherd to my hall. They saw to his needs themselves, tending to his blistered feet and his sun-scorched skin, listening to his stories of his family and his flock with a patience they had not shown to anyone in years. When he was well enough to travel, they escorted him personally through the mountain passes, protecting him from every danger until he reached the borders of his own land. The shepherd Dorlus returned to his village with tales of the elves of Rivendell, of their kindness and their beauty, of the two lordly warriors who had saved his life and asked nothing in return. He told these stories to his children, and they told them to their children, and the tales spread across the Southlands like seeds carried on the wind. Within a generation, the people of that region had come to revere the elves as protectors and guardians, and many of them made pilgrimages to Rivendell seeking healing and wisdom. Among those pilgrims, many years later, was a young woman named Ivorwen, who came seeking aid for her ailing father. She stayed in our valley for a season, learning our lore of healing, and when she departed, she carried with her knowledge that would one day save the life of a child born in the wilderness, a child who would grow to become one of the greatest chieftains the Dunedain have ever known. Aragorn drew in a sharp breath as understanding dawned. "You speak of my great-grandmother," he whispered. "The stories say that she learned the healing arts from the elves, but I never knew the full tale of how she came to Rivendell." Elrond nodded slowly, a sad smile playing across his features. "The threads of fate are long and tangled," he said, "and they connect us in ways we cannot always perceive. My son's moment of mercy toward a lost shepherd led, through a chain of events spanning generations, to the survival of your line. Had they given in to their hatred that day, had they slain Dorlus as enemies rather than welcoming him as a guest, you would not be sitting here before me now." The ranger sat in stunned silence, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of what he had just learned. His very existence, the existence of his entire lineage, traced back to a single moment of compassion shown by two grief-stricken elves to a frightened shepherd. The weight of it was almost too much to bear. "But there is more to the tale," Elrond continued, and his voice grew gentler still. "My son's act of kindness did not only affect the world beyond our borders, it changed them as well. In showing mercy to Dorlus, they discovered that they had not lost themselves entirely to the darkness of their grief. They found that they could still choose compassion over hatred, that the light their mother had planted in their hearts had not been wholly extinguished by her loss. They still ride out against the servants of shadow, Elrond added, and there was pride in his voice now, alongside the sorrow. They still hunt the orcs in the mountains and the evil things that lurk in dark places. But they do so not out of hatred, but out of love for all the innocent lives they protect. They have learned what I tried to teach them in words but could not, that the purpose of fighting the darkness is not to destroy it, but to preserve the light. Aragorn felt tears streaming down his face, though he could not have said when they had begun to fall. The tales Elrond had shared were weaving themselves into his heart, reshaping his understanding of sacrifice and purpose. The night had grown deeper around them, and the stars seemed to pulse with ancient light, as if responding to the tales being told beneath their gaze. Aragorn wiped his face with the back of his hand, not ashamed of his tears, but surprised by their abundance. He had come to Rivendell seeking answers to questions born of grief, and he was finding not answers but something better, a new way of seeing the world and his place within it. Elrond refilled their cups with wine the colour of autumn leaves, and for a time they sat in comfortable silence, listening to the music of the waterfalls and the distant song of nightingales in the gardens below. The Lord of Rivendell seemed lost in contemplation, his ageless face touched by shadows and starlight in equal measure, his eyes reflecting depths of memory that no mortal could fully comprehend. "There is a tale I have never told to any of your kindred," Elrond said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is a tale of my own weakness, of a time when I came close to abandoning hope entirely. I share it with you now because I believe you need to hear it, and because the telling of it may help you understand that even those who seem most steadfast have known the temptation of despair." Aragorn leaned forward, sensing that he was about to receive a gift of trust that few had ever been offered. The Elf Lord's willingness to share his own failures spoke of a generosity of spirit that the young ranger had not expected, and it made him feel, for the first time since his father's death, that he was not alone in his struggle. It was near the end of the Second Age, Elrond began, in the years following the forging of the One Ring, when Sauron's power was at its height and the shadow of Mordor stretched across all the lands of Middle-earth. Gil-galad and I had formed the last alliance of elves and men, and we had marched to war against the Dark Lord with an army such as has not been seen since the breaking of Thangorodrim. We believed that we were fighting for the very survival of the Free Peoples, that if we failed, all light would be extinguished from the world forever. The war was long and terrible beyond anything I can convey in words. We besieged Barad-dûr for 7 years, and in that time I saw friends and kinsmen fall by the thousands. The plains of Gorgoroth became a charnel house, the air thick with the stench of death, the ground so soaked with blood that nothing would grow there for an age afterward. Every day brought new horrors, new losses, new reasons to believe that our cause was hopeless and our sacrifice in vain. Elrond's voice had grown heavy with the weight of memory, and Aragorn could see in his eyes the reflection of flames long extinguished, of battles fought beneath a sky darkened by the smoke of destruction. "There came a night," Elrond continued, "when I walked alone among the tents of our encampment, unable to sleep, unable to pray, unable to find within myself any reason to continue. I had just learned that my herald, a young elf named Gildor, who had served me since the founding of the Imladris, had been slain in a skirmish that afternoon. He was not the first friend I had lost in that war, nor would he be the last, but his death struck me with a force I had not anticipated. He had been so full of hope, so certain that our victory was assured, and now he lay cold and still in a tent at the edge of the camp, his eyes forever closed to the stars he had loved so well. I found myself standing at the edge of a precipice overlooking the valley of Udun, gazing down into the darkness below. The fires of Mount Doom glowed on the horizon, and the black walls of Barad-dûr rose against the sky, like a monument to everything evil and enduring in the world. And I asked myself, in that moment of absolute despair, what purpose there was in continuing this fight. For every servant of the enemy we slew, a dozen more seemed to rise in their place. For every victory we claimed, a greater loss followed. The darkness was eternal and infinite, and we were mortal and finite, and what hope could there be for light in a world where shadow had such deep roots? Aragorn listened with bated breath, scarcely able to believe that Elrond Half-elven, the wisest and most steadfast of the elder remaining in Middle-earth, had ever known such doubt. It seemed impossible that this lord of ancient power and profound wisdom had once stood on the brink of despair, as lost and hopeless as any mortal man. "I do not know how long I stood there," Elrond said, gazing into the abyss. "Minutes, perhaps, or hours. Time had lost its meaning for me. But at some point I became aware of a presence beside me, and when I turned, I saw an old man standing there, leaning on a gnarled staff, his robes grey and travel-stained, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. The ranger's eyes widened with sudden recognition, but he held his tongue, allowing Elrond to continue his tale without interruption. "I had never seen this old man before," Elrond said, "though there was something about him that seemed familiar, as though I were meeting someone I had known in a dream." He did not speak at first, merely stood beside me in silence, gazing out at the same darkness I had been contemplating. And then, without looking at me, he asked a question that cut through my despair like a blade of light through shadow. He asked me if I knew why the stars continued to shine even in the darkest night. I did not answer, for I did not know what answer he sought, and so he told me. He said that the stars shine not because they can overcome the darkness, but because they refuse to be defined by it. He said that their light is precious precisely because it is fragile, because it must be renewed each night in the face of overwhelming shadow. He said that if the stars ever ceased to shine because they believed their light too small to matter, the darkness would have won not through strength, but through the surrender of those who had the power to resist it. Elrond paused, and when he spoke again his voice was touched with wonder, as though he were still marvelling at the encounter after all these millennia. The old man turned to look at me then, and I saw his eyes beneath the brim of his hat. They were keen and bright, filled with a wisdom that seemed to see not just what I was, but what I might become. He told me that the purpose of fighting the darkness was not to defeat it once and for all, for darkness would always return in one form or another. The purpose, he said, was to keep the light alive long enough for it to be passed on to others, who would keep it alive in their turn, who would pass it on to still others, in an unbroken chain stretching forward into a future we could not foresee. He asked me if I was willing to be one link in that chain, to shine my small light for as long as I could, trusting that others would take up the flame when I was gone. And something in his words, perhaps in the way he said them, reached into the deepest part of my heart and rekindled a hope I had thought extinguished forever. I turned back to look at the darkness before us, and when I turned again, the old man was gone. I never learned his name, never discovered whence he had come or whither he went, but his words remained with me through all the long years of that war, through the death of Gil-galad and the fall of Sauron, through the ages that followed and all the sorrows they brought. Whenever I have been tempted to despair, whenever the darkness has seemed too vast and my light too small, I have remembered that night on the edge of the precipice, and I have chosen to keep shining. The tale fell into silence, and for a long moment neither Elrond nor Aragorn spoke. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, eternal and patient, their ancient light falling upon the valley of Rivendell like a blessing from beyond the circles of the world. Aragorn found himself breathing slowly and deeply, as though he had been holding his breath throughout the entire tale and only now remembered to draw air into his lungs. The story of Elrond's encounter with the mysterious old man had touched something within him, a recognition of his own standing at the edge of a similar precipice, his own temptation to believe that his small light could not possibly matter against the vastness of the darkness. "My lord," he said at last, his voice hushed with reverence, "do you know who the old man was? Have you ever discovered his identity in all the years since that night?" Elrond smiled, and there was in that smile both mystery and a quiet certainty that spoke of knowledge beyond words. "I have my suspicions," he replied, "but some questions are better left unanswered. What matters is not who spoke the words, but the truth they contained. The messenger is merely a vessel, Aragorn. It is the message that endures." The night had grown cooler, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the trees surrounding the terrace, filling the air with a soft rustling that sounded almost like whispered voices. Elrond rose from his chair and walked to the edge of the terrace, his robes flowing behind him like water, his silhouette framed against the star-strewn sky. "Come," he said, beckoning to the young ranger. "There is one more tale I would share with you tonight, and it is best told in a place where the stars can hear it spoken. For this is a tale of the stars themselves, and of a promise made beneath their light that has shaped the destiny of your people in ways you have never suspected." They walked together through the gardens of Rivendell, following paths that wound between hedges of fragrant herbs and beds of flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air was sweet with the scent of Athelas and Eleanor, and the sound of falling water accompanied them like a gentle melody. At last they came to a clearing at the heart of the gardens, where a great stone had been set into the earth, its surface worn smooth by the passage of countless years. "This stone," Elrond said, placing his hand upon its surface, "was brought here from the shores of Beleriand before that land was swallowed by the sea. It once stood in the gardens of my father Eärendil, in the days before he sailed into the sky bearing the Silmaril upon his brow. I've kept it here as a remembrance of all that was lost, and as a promise of all that may yet be regained." Aragorn looked upon the stone with new eyes, understanding now that he stood in the presence of something ancient and holy, a relic of a world that had passed away long before his ancestors had drawn their first breath. He felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, the accumulated sorrows and joys of ages beyond counting. "It was here, beneath this stone, that I made a promise to the first of your line," Elrond continued, "not to Isildur, whom history remembers, but to his younger brother Anarion, whose name is less often spoken, but whose heart was no less noble. Anarion came to me in secret, in the dark days before the siege of Barad-dûr, bearing a burden of fear that he could share with no one else. He told me that he feared for the future of his people. He had seen the corruption that power could work upon even the greatest of hearts, and he feared that his descendants might one day fall prey to the same darkness that had consumed Númenor. He asked me if there was any way to protect his line from the shadow that seemed to follow in the wake of greatness, any charm or blessing that might keep his children's children from losing their way." Elrond's voice grew soft with memory, and his eyes seemed to look through the veil of years to a time when the world was younger and the wounds of war were fresh upon the land. "I told him that I knew of no magic powerful enough to guarantee the virtue of those yet unborn," Elrond said. "The gift of free will is both the greatest blessing and the greatest burden of the children of Iluvatar, and no spell or enchantment can override the choices that each soul must make for itself. But I promised him something else, something that I've kept secret until this very night." The Elf Lord turned to face Aragorn, and in his eyes the ranger saw a light that seemed to echo the stars themselves, ancient and unwavering and filled with a hope that transcended the darkness of the present moment. "I promised Anarion that I would watch over his descendants for as long as I remained in Middle-earth," Elrond said. "I promised that whenever one of his line came to Rivendell seeking wisdom or healing, I would share with them the tales of their ancestors, the stories of sacrifice and courage and mercy that form the true inheritance of their blood. I promised that I would remind them, generation after generation, of who they are and who they have the power to become, and I promised one thing more. I promised that when the time came for the line of kings to be restored, when the heir of Isildur at last claimed the throne of Gondor, I would stand beside him and bear witness to the fulfillment of all the hopes and sorrows that had brought his people through the long ages of exile and wandering." Aragorn felt his heart pounding in his chest, the blood of kings rushing through his veins with a force he had never felt before. He understood now that he was not merely a ranger of the wild, a wanderer without home or purpose, but the inheritor of a covenant that stretched back to the very founding of the kingdoms of men. The weight of that inheritance was almost unbearable, and yet it was also strangely liberating, for it gave meaning to every sacrifice his ancestors had made and every hardship they had endured. "My lord," Aragorn whispered, "why have you never spoken of this promise before? Why have the Dunedain not known of this covenant?" "Because the knowledge itself could have corrupted you," Elrond replied gently. "Had your ancestors believed that a great destiny awaited them, they might have grown proud and complacent, waiting for fate to deliver what they expected rather than striving to earn what they hoped for. The promise I made to Anarion was not a guarantee of success. It was a pledge of support, a vow that the Elder would not forget the friendship forged in blood and sacrifice during the last alliance. You see, Elrond continued, the true strength of your line has never been in crowns or thrones or the trappings of royalty. It has been in the willingness to serve without recognition, to protect without reward, to hope without certainty. Had your ancestors known of my promise, they might have seen it as a crutch, a safety net that would catch them if they fell. But the courage they have shown has been all their own, unpropped by promises, unsupported by guarantees. The ranger bowed his head, overwhelmed by the revelation he had just received. He thought of his father, dying in defense of farmers who would never know his name, and he understood at last the true nobility of that sacrifice. His father had not died hoping for recognition or reward. He had died because it was right, because the protection of the innocent was worth any price, because the light must be kept alive even when the darkness seemed infinite and eternal. I tell you this now, Elrond said, because you came to me in despair, questioning the purpose of your people's long vigil. I tell you this because you needed to know that your struggles have not been unwitnessed, that there are those who remember the sacrifices of your ancestors and honour them, even if the rest of the world has forgotten. But I also tell you this as a warning, Aravorn, son of Arahad. The Elf Lord's voice grew grave, and his eyes seemed to pierce through to the very core of the young ranger's soul. The promise I made to Anarion was a gift freely given, not a debt to be collected. Your people must continue to earn their destiny through their choices and their actions, not merely wait for it to be handed to them. The restoration of the king will come not because it was promised, but because someone will rise who is worthy of the crown, who has proven through a lifetime of service and sacrifice that he can bear the weight of such responsibility. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning and consequence. Aravorn felt the truth of them settling into his bones, reshaping his understanding of his heritage and his purpose. He was not merely the inheritor of a promise, but the bearer of a responsibility that had been passed down through the countless generations, each link in the chain forged anew through the choices of those who came before. The eastern sky had begun to lighten almost imperceptibly, the deep blue of night softening toward the grey that heralds the coming dawn. They had talked through the darkness, and now the world was beginning to stir once more. Birds calling sleepily from the branches, the waterfalls catching the first pale light and scattering it like diamonds across the valley. There is time for one more tale before the sun rises, Elrond said, and his voice carried a note of something that might have been anticipation, as though this final story was one he had been waiting to tell. It is a tale that concerns you directly, Aravorn, though you have never known it. It is the tale of how your father came to be at that village on the day of his death, and of the choice that brought him there. Aravorn's breath caught in his throat. He had wondered so many times why his father had been in that remote settlement, so far from the usual paths of the Dunedain. He had assumed it was mere chance, the random wandering of a ranger following rumours of orc activity. But Elrond's words suggested something more, a purpose behind the seeming accident that had claimed his father's life. Your father Arahad came to Rivendell 6 months before his death, Elrond began. He came in secret, telling no one of his journey, arriving at my gates in the depth of winter when the passes were treacherous and travel was perilous. He was driven by a dream that had haunted him for many nights, a vision of a village burning, of simple folk crying out for aid that never came, of a darkness descending upon the innocent, while the guardians who should have protected them looked the other way. He asked me what the dream might mean, whether it was a true vision of the future or merely the product of a troubled mind. And I told him what I will now tell you, that the line of Elros has always possessed a gift of foresight, a glimpse of what might be rather than what will certainly come to pass. I told him that such visions are not commands but invitations, glimpses of possible futures that we may choose to accept or reject. The Elf Lord paused, and when he continued, his voice was thick with an emotion that Aravorn had not heard in it before, something that sounded almost like grief. Your father asked me what he should do. He asked whether he should ignore the dream and hope that it would prove false, or whether he should seek out the village and try to prevent the tragedy he had foreseen. And I gave him the only counsel I could honestly give. I told him that the choice was his, alone to make, that no one could tell him what was right or wrong in such matters, that the gift of foresight was both a blessing and a burden, precisely because it forced us to choose. Arahad sat in this very garden for 3 days, wrestling with his decision. He knew that if he went to the village, he might be walking toward his own death. The dream had shown him the battle, had shown him the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, had shown him the terrible cost of standing against them. But the dream had also shown him the faces of the villagers, the children who would perish if no one came to their aid, the future that would be lost if the darkness was allowed to triumph unchallenged. Aragorn felt tears streaming down his face once more, but he made no move to wipe them away. He was seeing his father in a new light, understanding for the first time the full measure of the sacrifice that had been made. Arahad had not stumbled into that battle by accident. He had walked toward it with open eyes, knowing what awaited him, choosing to give his life for strangers he had never met. On the morning of the fourth day, Elrond continued, "Your father came to me and told me his decision. He said that he could not live with himself if he turned away from the vision, if he allowed innocents to die when he had the power to save them. He said that the purpose of the Dunedain was to protect those who could not protect themselves, and that if he abandoned that purpose out of fear for his own life, he would have betrayed everything his ancestors had stood for. But he asked one thing of me before he departed. He asked me to watch over you, Aragorn, to guide you if you should ever come to Rivendell seeking answers as he had done. He told me that you were young and full of fire, that you had inherited his stubbornness and his courage, but that you had not yet learned the wisdom that must temper such qualities if they are to be truly virtuous. He asked me to tell you, if the time ever came, that he loved you more than he could express, that his greatest sorrow in accepting the vision was the knowledge that he would not see you grow to manhood, that he would not be there to guide you and counsel you through the trials that lay ahead." Aragorn's composure finally broke. He sank to his knees beside the ancient stone, his body racked with sobs that seemed to come from the very depths of his being. All the grief he'd carried since his father's death, all the anger and confusion and despair poured out of him in a flood that left him gasping for breath. Elrond knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand upon his shoulder, offering comfort without words. The first rays of the rising sun began to touch the peaks of the mountains surrounding the valley, painting them gold and rose, driving back the shadows of the night. "Your father was one of the noblest men I have ever known," Elrond said softly, "and I have known many men in my long years, kings and warriors and sages beyond counting. But Arahad possessed something that even the greatest of them often lacked, the willingness to sacrifice everything for others without any expectation of recognition or reward. He went to that village knowing he would likely die, and he fought to his last breath not for glory or honour, but simply because it was right." The ranger gradually composed himself, drawing deep breaths to steady his racing heart. When he finally looked up at Elrond, his eyes were red and swollen, but there was something new in them, a light that had not been there before, a resolution that seemed to burn away the last vestiges of his despair. "My lord," Aragorn said, his voice hoarse but steady, "I understand now. I understand what my father was trying to teach me through his life and through his death. I understand what you have been trying to show me through all these tales you have shared tonight." He rose to his feet, standing tall despite his exhaustion, his bearing suddenly more like that of the kings from whom he was descended. "The purpose of sacrifice is not in being remembered," Aragorn continued. "The purpose is in the choosing, in the decision to stand against the darkness even when victory seems impossible, in the willingness to be one small light in an infinite night. My father did not die hoping that someone would erect a monument to his memory. He died hoping that the people he saved would live to see another sunrise, would have children and grandchildren who would never know his name, but who would exist because of what he did." Elrond nodded, and in his ageless eyes there was something that looked very much like pride. "You have learned well, Aragorn, son of Arahad," he said. "Your father would be proud of the man you are becoming." The sun had fully risen now, flooding the valley with golden light that drove away the last shadows of the night. The birds were singing in full chorus, and the waterfalls sparkled like cascades of jewels tumbling down the mountainsides. It was a new day, and Aragorn felt that it was the first day of the new chapter in his life, one that he would write with the wisdom he had gained in this long night of tales and revelations. "But I sense," Elrond added, a slight smile playing across his features, "that you still have questions. You have listened well to my tales, but listening is only half of wisdom. The other half is in asking, in seeking to understand not merely what has been said, but what lies beneath the words." Aragorn considered Elrond's words carefully, feeling the weight of all he'd learned pressing upon his mind like stones, gathered one by one throughout the long night. The tales had been beautiful and terrible, full of wisdom that would take years to fully comprehend. But beneath them all, like a river running beneath the surface of the earth, there flowed a current of something he could not quite name, a thread that connected each story to the next in ways that seemed to hint at a larger pattern. "My lord," Aragorn said slowly, choosing his words with care, "you have spoken of kindness shown to strangers and mercy offered to enemies. You have told me of promises kept across the ages and sacrifices made without hope of recognition. But in all these tales, I sense something you have not yet spoken aloud, a truth that binds them all together. Will you tell me what it is, or must I discover it for myself?" Elrond's smile deepened, and there was in his eyes a warmth that reminded Aragorn of his own father, of the way Arahad had looked at him when he had done something worthy of praise. The Elf Lord turned and began to walk slowly through the gardens, his feet treading paths worn smooth by countless years of such wandering, and Aragorn fell into step beside him. "You're wiser than you know," Elrond said, "and you're right that there is a thread connecting all the tales I have shared with you tonight. It is a truth so simple that it often escapes notice, so fundamental that we tend to overlook it in our search for more complicated answers. But it is the foundation upon which all hope rests, the bedrock beneath the edifice of meaning that it will struggle to construct in a world that often seems bent on tearing such structures down." They passed beneath an archway of intertwined branches, entering a part of the garden that Aragorn had not seen before. Here the trees grew more densely, their canopy creating a green twilight even in the full light of morning. Flowers bloomed in profusion, their colours muted but no less beautiful for being seen in shadow, and at the heart of this hidden grove stood a fountain, its waters rising and falling in patterns that seemed almost purposeful, as though the water itself were engaged in some ancient dance. "The truth," Elrond said, pausing beside the fountain and gazing into its depths, "is that every act of goodness, no matter how small, has consequences that ripple outward through time in ways we cannot predict. We cannot see where our kindnesses will lead, cannot know whose life will be changed by a word of encouragement or an act of mercy. We plant seeds in darkness and trust that they will grow, knowing that we may never see the flowers that bloom from them." He turned to face Aragorn, and in his eyes was a light that seemed to echo the wisdom of ages beyond counting. "But the converse is also true," Elrond continued. "Every act of cruelty, every betrayal, every choice to turn away from those in need sends its own ripples spreading through the fabric of time. The darkness we allow into our hearts does not remain contained within us. It flows outward, touching lives we will never know, corrupting futures we will never see. This is why the struggle against shadow matters, Aragorn, even when that struggle seems futile, even when the darkness seems too vast to be overcome." Aragorn listened in silence, feeling the truth of these words resonating in his heart like the tone of a great bell. He understood now what Elrond had been trying to teach him throughout the long night, not through arguments or explanations, but through stories that illuminated the truth from different angles, allowing him to see it whole. "My father's sacrifice mattered," Aragorn said quietly, "not because it achieved some great victory or turned the tide of a mighty war. It mattered because the ripples of his choice will spread outward through time, touching lives neither he nor I could ever imagine. The farmers he saved will have children, and those children will have children. And somewhere in that unbroken chain, someone will do something that changes the world, something that traces back through the generations to a ranger who gave his life on a forgotten hillside." Elrond nodded, his expression grave but not sorrowful. "And this is why despair is not merely an error of judgment," he said. "It is a surrender to the darkness, a choice to stop adding our light to the sum of brightness in the world. When we give in to despair, we do not merely harm ourselves. We deprive the future of whatever goodness we might have contributed, whatever ripples we might have set in motion. The shadow wins not by defeating us in battle, but by convincing us that the battle is not worth fighting." They stood together beside the fountain, watching its waters dance in the dappled light. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of flowers and green growing things. Aragorn felt the weariness of the long night beginning to settle upon him, but it was a pleasant weariness, the tiredness of a traveller who has completed a difficult journey and can at last rest. "There is one more tale I would share with you," Elrond said after a long moment of silence. It is not a tale of great deeds or ancient promises. It is a small story, one that concerns events of no historical significance whatsoever. But it is perhaps the most important tale I will tell you tonight, for it speaks to the heart of everything we have discussed. Aragorn straightened, pushing back his fatigue, eager to hear whatever final wisdom Elrond wished to impart. Many years ago, Elrond began, in the early days of this age, a young elf came to Rivendell seeking shelter from a storm. He was a wanderer, one of those who could find no peace in any settled place, driven by a restlessness of spirit that sent him roaming across the lands of Middle-earth in search of something he could not name. He had no family, no friends, no purpose beyond the endless walking that had become his life. I welcomed him into my home, as I welcome all who come seeking refuge. I gave him food and drink and a bed to sleep in, and I asked nothing in return. It was a small kindness, the sort of hospitality that costs little and is soon forgotten. I did not expect to see him again after he departed. But many years later, when Rivendell was threatened by a band of orcs who'd somehow evaded our defences, it was this wandering elf who rallied the travellers caught outside our walls and led them in a defence that bought us precious time to muster our own strength. He died in that battle, struck down by an orc blade, but his sacrifice saved dozens of lives, including the lives of 3 young elves who had been gathering herbs in the meadows when the attack began. Elrond paused, and when he continued, his voice was soft with remembered grief. One of those young elves was my daughter Arwen. Aragorn drew in a sharp breath, understanding dawning like a second sunrise in his mind. I did not know when I welcomed that wanderer into my home that I was saving my daughter's life, Elrond said. I did not know that the small kindness I showed him would one day ripple back to touch my own heart in ways I could never have imagined. This is the mystery at the heart of all goodness, Aragorn, the blessed uncertainty that makes every act of compassion a wager with fate itself. We cannot know where our kindnesses will lead. We cannot predict which seed will grow into a mighty tree and which will wither and die. But we plant them anyway, trusting that the soil is good, trusting that the sun will shine and the rain will fall, trusting that somewhere, somewhen, flowers will bloom from the seeds we have scattered. The fountain continued its eternal dance, its waters rising and falling in patterns that seemed almost like music made visible. Aragorn watched it for a long moment, feeling the truth of Elrond's words settling into the deepest parts of his being. "I understand," he said at last. "Or at least, I'm beginning to understand. The purpose of goodness is not in the reward it brings or the recognition it earns. The purpose is in the doing itself, in the choice to add our small light to the brightness of the world, trusting that the light will find its way to wherever it is most needed." Elrond placed his hand upon the young ranger's shoulder, and in that touch there was a blessing that Aragorn felt resonating through every fibre of his being. "Go now and rest," the Elf Lord said gently. "You have learned much this night, and wisdom needs time to take root in the heart. When you awaken, we shall speak more of your path and the journey that lies before you. But know this, Aragorn, son of Arahad, you carry within you the light of all who have come before, and from you will spring light that will shine long after your days have ended." Aragorn slept deeply and without dreams in a chamber prepared for him by Elrond's household, the soft bed and silken sheets cradling his weary body like the embrace of a gentle mother. When he awoke, the sun was past its zenith, slanting through the window in long golden bars that fell across the floor, like pathways leading towards some distant and beautiful destination. He lay still for a time, allowing the events of the previous night to settle in his mind, feeling the change that had been wrought within him during those long hours of tales and revelations. He rose and dressed, finding fresh garments laid out for him, clothes of fine elven make that fit as though they had been crafted specifically for his frame. When he stepped out of his chamber, a young elf was waiting to guide him through the winding corridors of Rivendell to a terrace where a meal had been prepared. Elrond was not present, but a message had been left inviting Aragorn to explore the valley at his leisure and to return to the Hall of Fire that evening, where more tales would be shared. The young ranger spent the afternoon wandering through the gardens and groves of Imladris, marvelling at beauties he'd never taken the time to notice on previous visits. He had come to Rivendell before, of course, as all the Dunedain did from time to time, seeking counsel or healing or simply a respite from the endless wandering that defined their existence. but he had always been too preoccupied with his own concerns to truly see this place, to appreciate the depth of history and meaning that permeated every stone and stream and standing tree. Now, with eyes opened by Elrond's tales, he saw Rivendell anew. He saw the care with which each path had been laid, the thought that had gone into the placement of every fountain and flower bed. He saw the way the architecture worked with the natural landscape rather than against it, creating spaces that seemed to have grown organically from the earth itself. And he understood that this place was not merely a refuge or a fortress, but a testament to the power of patient cultivation, of choosing to create beauty even in a world shadowed by darkness. As the sun began to descend toward the western mountains, Aragorn found his way to the Hall of Fire, a great chamber at the heart of Rivendell where elves gathered in the evening to share songs and stories. The hall was empty when he arrived, but a fire burned steadily in the great hearth at its centre, casting dancing shadows across walls adorned with tapestries depicting scenes from the ancient days. He sat down upon a carved wooden bench and gazed into the flames, letting their warmth wash over him as he waited for the evening to unfold. Gradually others began to arrive. Elves of various ages and aspects drifted into the hall in twos and threes, their voices low and melodious, their movements graceful as flowing water. They nodded to Aragorn as they passed, some offering smiles of welcome, others regarding him with curious but not unfriendly eyes. By the time Elrond entered the hall, accompanied by several of his counsellors, the chamber had filled with perhaps 24 souls, their faces lit by the flickering firelight. "Welcome, friends," Elrond said, his voice carrying easily through the hall without seeming to be raised. "We gather tonight to continue the tales we began in the small hours of the morning, tales of forgotten deeds and unsung heroes, of kindnesses that changed the course of fate and sacrifices that lit the way for those who came after. Our guest Aragorn has asked to hear more of these stories, and I have agreed to share them, for I believe the time has come for certain truths to pass from the keeping of the Eldar into the memory of men." A murmur of interest rippled through the assembled elves, and Aragorn felt their attention shifting toward him. He straightened on his bench, suddenly conscious of his rough ranger's appearance among these beings of timeless grace and beauty. But Elrond's next words put him at ease. "Do not be self-conscious, Aragorn," the Elf Lord said, a gentle smile touching his lips. "You're among friends here, and the tales I'm about to share belong as much to your people as to mine. Indeed, some of them have been waiting for a mortal ear to hear them, for there are truths that gain power in the telling and secrets that grow stale if kept too long." He settled into a chair near the fire, and the others arranged themselves around him, in a loose semicircle, their faces expectant and attentive. Aragorn noticed that several of them had brought instruments, harps and flutes and other devices of beautiful craftsmanship, and he wondered if the tales would be accompanied by music. "Let me tell you," Elrond began, "of a time in the Second Age when the first alliance between elves and men was being forged, when the kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor were young and the shadow of Sauron was growing in the east. In those days, there was great suspicion between our peoples, old grievances and misunderstandings that threatened to prevent the cooperation that would be necessary to face the coming darkness. I was sent by Gil-galad to treat with the lords of Númenor, to seek their aid against the rising power of Mordor. It was a delicate mission, for the Númenorians had grown proud in their island kingdom, and many of them looked upon the elves with envy and resentment, coveting our immortality and blaming us for the doom that had been laid upon their ancestors. I was not certain that I would be received as a friend, or indeed that I would be received at all. When I arrived at the court of Tar Palantir, I found a kingdom divided against itself. The king was wise and virtuous, a lover of the Eldar and the old ways, but many of his nobles had turned their hearts toward darkness, whispering of forbidden knowledge and forgotten powers that might be reclaimed, if only the Númenorians would cast off the restrictions placed upon them by the Valar. There was tension in every corridor, suspicion behind every smile, and I knew that one wrong word could shatter the fragile peace and plunge both our peoples into conflict. It was during my second week in Armenelos that I encountered a young woman named Miriel, a handmaiden in the household of the king. She was of common birth, possessed of no great status or power, but she had a quality of spirit that I recognized immediately, a light in her eyes that spoke of wisdom beyond her years and courage that had not yet been tested. I found myself seeking her company whenever my duties permitted, drawn by something in her presence that I could not name. One evening, as I walked in the gardens of the palace, I came upon Miriel weeping beside a fountain. She had received word that her brother, a sailor on a ship bound for the distant shores of Middle-earth, had been lost at sea in a storm. She was alone in her grief, for servants were expected to keep their sorrows to themselves and not burden their betters with troubles of a personal nature. When she saw me approaching, she hastily dried her eyes and rose to leave, but I bade her stay and tell me of her brother. Elrond paused, and Arven saw that his eyes had grown distant, fixed upon memories that stretched back across millennia to a world that no longer existed. She spoke of him for hours, the Elf Lord continued. She told me of their childhood together, of the games they had played and the dreams they had shared, of his burning desire to see the lands beyond the sea and the promise he'd made to bring her back a gift from the shores of Middle-earth. She wept as she spoke, and I wept with her, for I too knew what it was to lose a brother, to have the bond of kinship severed by the cruelty of fate. When at last her tears were exhausted, and her voice had grown hoarse from talking, I did something that surprised even myself. I removed from my finger a ring that had been given to me by my mother Elwing, a simple band of silver set with a small blue stone. It was of no great value in terms of gold or gems, but it had been precious to me as a remembrance of one I had not seen since childhood. I placed it in Miriel's hand and told her to keep it as a token of friendship, a reminder that even in the depths of grief, she was not alone. She looked at me with wonder in her eyes, and I saw something change in her face, a softening of the fear and suspicion that she had always shown toward me as a representative of a people her culture had taught her to distrust. In that moment, the wall between us crumbled, and we became truly friends, bound by something deeper than politics or duty. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending sparks spiralling upward into the darkness like tiny stars being born and dying in the space of a breath. The elves gathered in the Hall of Fire sat in rapt attention, their faces illuminated by the warm glow, their eyes fixed upon Elrond as he continued his tale of ancient Numenor and a friendship forged in shared sorrow. "What happened then, my lord?" Arven asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as though he feared that speaking too loudly might shatter the spell of the story. Elrond smiled, expression touched with both joy and melancholy, the mingled emotions of one who has lived long enough to see how all things pass, and yet how some things endure beyond all reasonable expectation. "Miriel and I remained friends throughout my stay in Armenellos," he said. "She became my guide to the hidden currents of the Númenórean court, helping me understand which nobles might be receptive to an alliance with the Eldar, and which were too deeply committed to the faction that would eventually lead the island to its doom. Without her counsel, I doubt I would have accomplished anything of value during that mission. With it, I was able to plant seeds of friendship that would later blossom into the last alliance itself. But more than her practical assistance, Miriel gave me something I had not known I needed. She reminded me that wisdom is not found only in the halls of the great and the councils of the powerful. Sometimes the deepest truths are held by those whom the world overlooks, the servants and the common folk who watch and listen and understand more than their masters ever suspect. I had come to Númenor thinking I would teach. Instead, I learned. When I departed from the island to return to Gil-galad with the fruits of my diplomacy, Miriel came to the harbour to bid me farewell. She pressed something into my hand as we parted, and when I looked down I saw that it was the ring I had given her, the silver band with its small blue stone. I tried to refuse it, to insist that she keep it as I had intended, but she shook her head and spoke words that have remained with me across all the long years since. She said that the ring had served its purpose. It had reminded her that she was not alone in her grief, that there were those who cared for her beyond the boundaries of rank and race. But now she had learned that lesson, and she no longer needed the ring to remember it. She asked me to take it back and give it to someone else who needed to learn the same truth, to let it continue its journey through the world, carrying its message of friendship and compassion wherever fate might lead it. Elrond reached into his robes and withdrew a small object that gleamed in the firelight. He held it up for all to see, and Aragorn recognized it immediately, a simple silver band set with a stone of deep blue that seemed to hold within it the light of distant stars. "I have given this ring away many times since that day," Elrond said. "Each time I gave it to someone in need of comfort, someone who needed to know that they were not alone. and each time, sooner or later, it found its way back to me, passed from hand to hand through chains of kindness that I could never have predicted or planned. It has travelled across Middle-earth and back again more times than I can count, and everywhere it has gone, it has carried with it the message that Miriel taught me on the docks of Armanellos. He turned to look directly at Aragorn, and in his eyes was a light that seemed to pierce through all pretense and see into the very heart of the young ranger. "I tell you this tale because I want you to understand something important," Elrond said. "The gifts we give are not diminished by being passed on. They are multiplied. The kindness we show to one person does not end with that person. It flows outward, inspiring them to show kindness to others, who in turn inspire still others, in an ever-expanding circle that touches lives we will never know and reaches places we will never see. Your father understood this. When he gave his life for those farmers, he was not merely saving their physical bodies from the swords of orcs. He was showing them that they were worthy of sacrifice, that their lives mattered, that there were those in the world who would stand between them and destruction. That knowledge will change them. It will make them braver, kinder, more willing to stand up for others when the time comes. And the ripples of that change will spread outward through their families and their community, touching hearts and changing minds in ways that neither your father nor you nor I can possibly predict." Aragorn felt tears pricking at his eyes once more, but they were not tears of grief. They were tears of understanding, of recognition, of a profound gratitude for the wisdom that Elrond had shared with him throughout this long night and day of tales and teachings. One of the elves in the hall began to play a soft melody on a harp, and others joined in with flutes and voices, weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to carry the emotions of the story upward, into the rafters and outward into the night. The music spoke of sorrow and hope, of loss and renewal, of the eternal dance between darkness and light that defines the existence of all who dwell in Middle-earth. When the music faded at last, Elrond rose from his chair and walked to where Aragorn sat. He extended his hand, and in his palm lay the silver ring with its small blue stone. "Take this," he said. "Carry it with you on your journeys, and when you find someone who needs to know that they are not alone, give it to them as I gave it to Miriel and as she returned it to me. Let it continue its journey through the world, spreading its message of friendship and compassion wherever fate leads you." Aragorn reached out with trembling fingers and took the ring. It was warm from Elrond's hand, and it seemed to pulse with a faint inner light, as though it had absorbed something of every heart that had held it over the long centuries of its wandering. "I will carry it with honour, my lord," Aragorn said, his voice thick with emotion, "and I will pass it on when the time is right, trusting that it will find its way to whoever needs it most." Elrond nodded, satisfaction evident in his ageless features. "Then my tales have not been told in vain," he said. "You have learned what I hoped you would learn, and you will carry that learning out into the world where it can do the most good." The Elf Lord turned to address the assembled company, his voice rising to fill the hall with its quiet authority. "Let this be remembered," he said, "that on this night, in this hall, the wisdom of the Eldar was passed to the heir of Isildur, not through conquest or coercion, but through the sharing of stories. Let it be remembered that the young ranger Aragorn came to us in despair and departed in hope, carrying with him a light that will shine through the dark years ahead. And let it be remembered that even in the twilight of our time in Middle-earth, the elves of Imladris kept faith with the promise made to Anarion, standing beside his descendants and guiding them toward the destiny that awaits them." A murmur of assent rippled through the hall, and Aragorn felt the weight of history settling upon his shoulders like a mantle woven of starlight and shadow. He understood now that he was not merely a wanderer in the wild, a forgotten heir of a forgotten kingdom. He was a link in a chain that stretched back to the dawn of the world and forward into a future he could not foresee, a bearer of light in a time of gathering darkness. The night deepened around Rivendell, and the stars wheeled slowly overhead into their eternal dance. In the Hall of Fire, songs were sung and stories were told, voices rising and falling in ancient harmonies that had not changed since the elves first awoke beside the waters of Quivinen. And through it all, Aragorn sat and listened and learned, absorbing the wisdom of ages into his heart like rain sinking into thirsty earth. When at last the gathering dispersed and the hall fell silent, he walked alone through the gardens of Imladris, the silver ring warm against his chest where he had tucked it beneath his shirt. The moon had risen, casting its silver light across the valley, and the waterfalls sang their eternal song of joy and sorrow, mingled together into something that transcended both. Tomorrow he would depart from this place and return to the wild lands where his duty called him. Tomorrow he would take up once more the burden of guardianship that his ancestors had carried for so many generations. But he would not carry it in despair, as he had carried it before. He would carry it in hope, trusting that every act of kindness mattered, that every sacrifice served a purpose, that the light he carried would find its way to wherever it was most needed. The morning of Aragorn's departure dawned clear and bright, the sky washed clean by rains that had fallen softly during the night. The valley of Rivendell lay spread before him, like a jewel set in the crown of the mountains, its beauty undimmed by the passage of ages, its peace unbroken by the shadows that gathered in the world beyond its borders. He stood at the gates of the last homely house, his pack upon his shoulders and his sword at his side, ready to resume the life of wandering and vigilance that was the lot of all the Dunedain. Elrond came to bid him farewell, accompanied by several of his household who had grown fond of the young ranger during his brief stay. The Elf Lord's face was serene, touched by a gentle smile that spoke of satisfaction at a task well completed. He placed his hands upon Aragorn's shoulders and looked into his eyes with the penetrating gaze that seemed to see not merely what was, but what might be. "You go forth changed from the man who arrived here seeking answers," Elrond said. "The grief you carried has not vanished, nor should it, for grief is the price we pay for love, and to feel it deeply is to honour those we have lost. But you no longer carry it alone. You carry it alongside the knowledge that your sorrow is part of a larger tapestry, woven by hands wiser than our own, leading toward ends we cannot foresee but may trust to be good." Aragorn bowed his head in acknowledgement, feeling the truth of these words resonating in his heart. He thought of his father, of the sacrifice Arahad had made, and for the first time since receiving news of that death, the thought brought not only pain but also pride. His father had chosen to be a light in the darkness, and that light had not been extinguished by his death. It burned on in the lives he had saved, in the son he had raised, in the legacy of courage and compassion that would continue to spread through the world long after his bones had returned to the earth. "My lord," Aragorn said, his voice steady despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him, "I do not have words sufficient to thank you for all you have given me these past days. The tales you have shared, the wisdom you have imparted, these are gifts beyond price, treasures that I will carry with me for the rest of my days." Elrond shook his head gently, his smile deepening. "It is I who should thank you, Aragorn," he replied. "For too long these tales have rested in my memory alone, waiting for someone who needed to hear them. In sharing them with you, I have given them new life, sent them forth into the world to do whatever good they may accomplish. You are not merely a recipient of wisdom, you are a bearer of it now, a vessel through which these truths will flow to others who need them as you have needed them." The Elf Lord stepped back, and the others who had gathered came forward to offer their own farewells. Aragorn received their good wishes with humility, understanding now that the hospitality of Rivendell was not merely a matter of food and shelter, but a profound act of generosity that connected all who passed through these gates into a fellowship that transcended the boundaries of race and time. At last, the farewells were complete, and Aragorn turned to face the path that led out of the valley and into the wide world beyond. The sun was climbing higher in the sky, burning away the last wisps of morning mist, and the air was sweet with the scent of flowers and growing things. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the peace of Imladris one final time, and then he began to walk. The road wound upward through the trees, following the course of the Bruinen as it tumbled down from the heights in a series of cascades and pools. Aragorn walked slowly, savouring each step, allowing his eyes to drink in the beauty that surrounded him. He knew that he might not pass this way again for many years, and he wanted to carry the memory of this place with him, like a talisman against the darkness that awaited him in the wild lands. As he climbed higher, the trees began to thin, and he could see the mountains rising before him, their peaks still capped with snow despite the warmth of the season. The path grew steeper and more difficult, but Aragorn's legs were strong from years of ranging and he made good progress. By midday he'd reached the high pass that marked the boundary of Rivendell, the point beyond which the protection of Elrond's power no longer extended. He paused there, looking back the way he'd come. The valley lay spread out below him, a green jewel nestled among the grey stones, its waterfalls catching the sunlight and throwing it back in rainbow fragments. He could just make out the rooftops of the last homely house, tiny with distance but still unmistakable, still radiating the sense of peace and welcome that had drawn travellers to this place since the early days of the Second Age. "Farewell, Imladris," Aragorn said softly, "and thank you." Then he turned and faced the east, where the road led down into the wild lands of Rudor and beyond. The sun was warm on his face and a gentle breeze stirred his hair, carrying with it the scent of distant forests and far-off plains. He touched the place on his chest where the silver ring rested beneath his shirt, feeling its warmth against his skin, and he smiled. The road before him was long and uncertain, filled with dangers he could not predict and trials he could not imagine. But he no longer feared it. He understood now that the purpose of his life was not to achieve some great victory or accomplish some mighty deed. The purpose was simply to be a light in the darkness, to show kindness where he could, to stand against evil when he must, and to trust that the ripples of his choices would spread outward through time in ways he could never foresee. He thought of the tales Elrond had shared with him, the stories of small kindnesses that had changed the course of history. He thought of Hallodan, the foundling who had grown into a hero. He thought of Narvi the dwarf and the alliance forged through hospitality. He thought of Miriel the handmaiden and the ring that had travelled across the ages carrying its message of friendship and hope. And he understood that he was now part of that tapestry, a thread woven into a pattern larger than himself, connected to all who had come before and all who would come after. The road stretched out before him, winding down into the valleys below and disappearing into the haze of distance. Somewhere out there, people needed protection. Somewhere out there, kindness was waiting to be shown and mercy was waiting to be offered. Somewhere out there, the seeds he would plant would grow into flowers he would never see, bearing fruit that would nourish generations yet unborn. Aragorn, son of Arahad, somewhere out there, the seeds he would plant would grow into flowers he would never see, bearing fruit that would nourish generations yet unborn. Aragorn, son of Arahad, heir of Isildur, Ranger of the North, took his first step down the eastern road, and as he walked, he began to sing, a song that Elrond had taught him in the Hall of Fire, an ancient melody that spoke of hope, enduring through darkness and light preserved against all odds. His voice rose into the mountain air, carrying across the peaks and valleys, joining with the wind and the waterfalls and the singing of birds in an eternal chorus that celebrated the beauty and the sorrow and the indomitable spirit of all who dwell in Middle-earth. The sun continued its journey across the sky, and the shadows lengthened, and the stars began to appear one by one in the deepening blue. And still Aragorn walked, his heart light despite the weight upon his shoulders, his spirit bright despite the darkness that gathered in the east. For he carried within him now a flame that could not be extinguished, a hope that could not be defeated, a love that transcended death and reached forward into a future where all things would at last be made whole. And so ends this tale of Elrond the Wise and the forgotten stories he shared with a young ranger in the hidden valley of Rivendell, in ways beyond all imagining. Sleep now and dream of starlight falling on peaceful waters, of songs sung in ancient halls, of hope preserved through ages of shadow in ways beyond all imagining. Sleep now and dream of starlight falling on peaceful waters, of songs sung in ancient halls, of hope preserved through ages of shadow, and of a dawn that will surely come, no matter how long the night may seem.